Hello, book club members. This is your new president speaking.
You're not the new president.
What? Where is the president? Back on.
I didn't elect you. Go out of here.
There is no elections here.
It's a dictatorship. What?
Yes.
Yeah,
it's always
a
been a
dictatorship,
dictatorship.
right?
It's always been a dictatorship. Right. How's your week been, Shinzo?
1 second.
Okay.
I'm just on a map.
Oh, intense.
There you are. The illustrious leader of Dragon's Watch. Welcome. I appreciate the sentiment, Your Majesty, but I feel like I haven't been much of a leader lately. I don't know how you do it. You have a whole kingdom to worry about while I can't even manage to keep a handful of people driving toward one purpose. It's a trying task, but to be honest, sometimes I envy what must be the simplicity of your life. This place is all politics and subtext. Do a thing one person likes and 3 hate you for it. It can get very complicated. You just relentlessly smash things until they're no longer at odds with you. I wish it were like that around here sometimes. Well, what can I smash for you today? I believe a white mantle attack is imminent, and must take certain actions here in Divinity's Reach to ensure its safety. The fact that you're not really describing these actions makes me think they might be a little unorthodox. What do you think of this garden, Commander? It's lovely.
Fine, I guess you are my little
And
pog
to
champ.
preserve such a
Come
marvel
here.
requires constant maintenance. Sometimes weeds creep in, and sometimes you must eradicate them, lest your garden become unkempt. I see. I've called the ministers here under the auspices of a reassuring gathering, but I really need to deliver what some will consider shocking news. Your presence here will go a long way to ease minds, so please, mingle. And also, keep an eye out. Any evidence of white mantle meddlings you find would only support my actions. I'll do some digging. And Your Majesty,
Well, it was
you
okay.
missed a weed here.
Not too stressful.
That looks like one, but it's actually the Crichton spiderwort. It'll bloom soon,
But
and its
that's all
petals give you
shit.
the most luscious dyes.
Okay.
It's my favorite flower. It hides its true potential from most, and then
Rain
blossoms
and
into something
cold.
great.
Wow.
Happy hunting, Commander.
A niece.
And how was your week?
It's been okay. It's been okay. We went out earlier to get some more stuff done, like more, you know, paper work stuff after the move.
Because
Yeah.
yeah.
And while we were out, another person recognized me. And I was like, oh shit. I was like, nope. It's fun. Minister
Eagle
Estelle.
player.
Yeah. It's fun.
Hello.
Hello.
Long time no see.
Likewise, welcome in to the annual, well, wait, weekly, annual, weekly book club meeting.
Hello, Crystal.
Hello. How are you guys?
Yeah. Okay. The grind begins now. I'm level 93 now, Casper.
God damn, you're so close to level. Well, I mean, 100 is a lot, right?
Oh, no, I'm not even close to 100.
Jesus.
I took the whole week from 92 to 93.
My God.
Yeah, okay, I under the week I play maybe 4 to 5 maps on the evening and that's it. So now maybe this
Nephis
weekend
is a
94,
liar,
95,
A
then
bully, and he's toxic.
96 is
Thank you for
70-ish.
subbing for 34 months. And
Time
yeah,
flies.
time does fly.
I don't
God
know, in
damn.
2 weeks or in 3 weeks, 96.
Am I doing the same thing as that guy online with his camera all over the place? What does that mean? Who's that guy?
Are you a copycat?
Am I a copycat? Who knows? But that does sound like pretty grindy, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's this
What was it?
diminishing return on the XP you get.
How long do you think it will take?
$200?
Hours? Oh,
No,
to 100, okay.
to 100? I don't know. Hours? 200, 300? Probably. If I power through, which I will not do.
I wonder if we should have picked the movie for this week.
We could have.
I suppose we still can.
Oh, Becca and Casper, what you're gonna put on that empty wall behind at the
Empty
left
wall.
on the shelf? Yeah,
What empty
the
wall?
shelf
To
behind
the
Becca.
oh, behind Becca to the right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess my right,
it's
your
pretty
left.
Empty.
It is empty, yes. I plan on buying more guns and hanging them up
No.
there. I want the
Like
Smith
true
& Wesson
American.
500. 2 of them. Crossed.
Okay, I have to go. I'll be back.
Okay.
Why not a two-hander? Why not a two-hander?
True,
Well,
honestly,
Zweihander.
swords or blade. I do prefer knives over firearms personally, but you know,
You
or
find pretty
or
cool ones.
I mean, I could hang my bow.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
My bow's right here. I actually brought it out to use for a history video. Oh wait.
Yeah, you should hang that one.
It's gonna be hard hanging it. It's pretty heavy. It's not your regular. It's like
Well,
a compound bow
yeah.
for hunting.
But I guess there's some solution for it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, this is like the green screen area.
Nephis is a liar, a bully, and he's
Yeah.
toxic.
Hello, my friend.
Oh. There. Looks less empty. And the Kodiak, hello, thank you for 56 months of your support. How you doing, man? He's got like a camera outside his window and stuff and like above his head and It sounds like an interesting camera setup. All right, book club announcement ping.
Let's say my highest share in any league so far, PoE 1 was 96. And I think that is also my limit here. Afterwards, it's just getting really annoying.
Let's see. Copy. Oh, the other
I'm
book
gonna
club
read
now.
the book because I'm already reading a book and I can't read 2 books at the same time.
Which book are you reading? And hello, Johnny.
I'm reading the second book in the series. It ends with us, and I'm reading. It starts with us.
Right. You've been reading that for a bit now.
Yeah, I read the first book for pretty quick, and now I haven't read for a while the second book.
Well,
It's good, but not as good as the first one. I saw the movie. It ends with us. After when I read the book, the movie was okay, but the book was so much better. I thought that.
yeah, you mentioned that. The books typically
Yeah.
are better than the movies.
Yeah, they are. There's so much details in the books that they can't bring into a movie.
The hell's that sound?
Didn't sound good.
I'm surprised the Wee family has the guts to show their faces after
I'm
what
pretty
their
happy
daughter
that the
has
book
done.
club is
No, don't
at
be
the
cruel.
usual time.
Minister Wee wouldn't abandon his duties.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I'm so happy that the book club is at the usual time. I couldn't manage last week. I mean, it was 2 a.m. for me.
Yeah, last week was you.
For me too.
Last week, Jessica went in to host it, and that was her only available
Yeah.
time. But then her power went out.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah, I saw that.
where is Jessicarae?
Where is Brian?
I pinged him.
Oh, bother, not again!
What happened?
It's not like
White
we're
man.
discussing the book today,
Calm
but
down, calm down. Third time this week is all
I think
right.
Becca's getting a copy of it.
I have to
Physical copy.
manually enter manifest data when he's offline.
Picture of Dorian Gray by
Can you-
Oscar Wilde.
Would you mind getting him up and running while I keep the gates records?
Sure.
What a sport. And do be quick about it. My hand
It's also
cramps.
free online. You don't have to buy a book for it.
This is an odd method of
Gutenberg, right?
He can be a bit...
Yeah, any
but the
site.
fix
It's
it
public
interface
domain,
or
pretty sure.
Fixture phase I've created should make it clear what he needs in order to be fixed. Do you think that'll catch on? I was also toying with combining display and repair into disrepair. Oh, my. Never said that aloud. Oh, no. You can't repair him until you break him out of his malfunctioning loop.
Okay.
Listen,
No!
the fixture phase has 3 main functions, each specifically designed to counteract the golem's bugs. Their features. Use the correct function to counteract his current state. Do it enough and it'll break him out of his malfunctioning loop.
There we go.
Fixed? Thanks. When you retire from dragon slaying, you should think about opening your own golem repair shop. No one came in or out, so I didn't end up needing to man the gate logs. Plus, I needed the break.
Glad I could do your job for you. By the way, I found this pot, but didn't know where it went. Looks a little like...
I've never seen that before. I don't know what it is, but it's not part of this golem.
Huh. Hey, Tommy.
Hello.
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 Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
I was real hesitant when my friend encouraged me to join the call.
Oh, no need to be hesitant. We're all friends here and lovers of books.
My name is David.
I found a device
Nice to meet you,
that
David.
looked like the communicator. If it was planted here by the White Mountain,
I'm
it could be
Nephis
used for me.
Casper.
I'm
Got
guessing it isn't the only one.
last week we started a poll on what book to read. So it's usually like we discuss the book. We give like people 2 weeks to read a book, and usually we do in between the books like the film of the book or just a random film. But today we don't have a film, so we're just kind of chilling.
Okay, okay.
I think
Yeah, I voted for Game
yeah.
of Thrones and Hobbit. 'Cause I've read
It
Game
didn't
of Thrones a lot.
yeah. Initially, we tried to avoid like a series because
Yep.
you know what I mean. Like some people might not like the first book or may not like the series, but since a lot of people wanted fantasy, it's hard to find a standalone fantasy book. I feel like it's all series usually.
Hmm.
And the book club president do not like series.
The book club president. Where's the book club president?
Yeah, where is she?
You should DM her, Crystal.
No.
Crystal is shy.
No. I'm just tired today.
May Grenth shield you.
Just chilling with some Guild Wars too. Have you guys started reading Picture of Dorian Gray yet, or not?
Nope.
No.
It shouldn't be too long from what I remember last time I read it. And it's free. It's public domain. But Becca still wants to buy a physical copy because we don't have one apparently.
That might do the same. I like reading physical copies and listening to audiobooks. The audiobook of it.
Do you have like do you ever get ebooks like Kindle or whatever? And...
I had Kindle Fire as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I read on all the time, but no, not anymore. Sometimes I'll borrow my sister's iPad.
Okay. There's definitely something about physical books that always makes me want to read more, though. I don't know what it is.
I think so. That Fire as kid.
Feeling that you have a book. Turn the page. Just feel it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's a con though, right? Like the more books you buy, the more space you need. And then if you move, you have to like move the books.
Oh man.
We moved recently from Texas to Colorado last month, and the book boxes were pretty heavy. For sure.
No, my late dad at library on this. Basically a whole wall, living room,
Mm-hmm.
just full of books. Or whatever. It's a whole wall of books, basically. Built it by himself.
Fair. So what books do you guys usually like to read? Or
Definitely fantasy.
Fantasy? Yeah. I'm still waiting on
Science
that.
fiction.
Oh yeah, sci-fi. Like Dune, stuff like that.
Yeah. The Martian. I love reading The Martian.
The Martian.
I don't really
is pretty
read
good.
many books. I just read like one book a million times.
Yeah, I get that. Worst part about finishing a book is that, you know, you finish a book.
Yep.
What is this? Who's in the channel chant? You're halfway through chapter 2. Janet, okay. How are you liking it so far?
This seems like enough to back up whatever the Queen's about to do. I should give these to her.
It's pretty good. Okay.
Commander, I was just trying to reassure the Whis here. It's a stressful time for them. Well, not just them, for everyone.
The Queen is politely dancing around the fact that our daughter is on the wrong side of this.
Have you heard from her? At all?
We haven't heard from Valette. That doesn't mean we won't. She's a good girl, Commander. Just a little lost. She'll find her way home. We only want to hear her play the violin again.
It's pretty nice.
We all do,
faces
Minister.
in the book
May we
club.
speak a moment, Your Majesty? Of course.
Oh, you're good. You don't have to talk.
What is your what is with your eyes, Casper?
My what?
I just saw you on the stream, rubbing your eyes like a maniac.
Because I am a maniac, apparently. It feels good to rub your eyes once in a while, you know what I mean?
They could be white
If I could, I would like pop my eyeballs out and like wipe them all over, you know what I mean? Then put it back in. Oh, it feels so good.
Excuse myself. I have a speech to give.
Not gonna lie. Yep.
Easy get to classes, but you would be blind.
Shit's crazy. I think I was talking about with Jess that one time when during COVID, during our book club meetings, like how your eyes have like their own, not immune system, but like their own kind of like isolated system where you can get COVID in your eyes, but not like in the rest of your body. Yeah. It's for real. Or am I misremembering? Let me
No.
look. COVID in eyes.
No, I don't believe that.
Pretty sure. Do your eyes have its own immune system? Yes, it's called the ocular immune system, which is considered distinct from the rest of the body due to a concept called immune privilege, meaning the eye actively regulates its immune response to minimize inflammation and damage to vision-critical tissues. So, I guess theoretically you could have something in your eyes, but like not in the rest of your body, maybe. But then, like, eventually, I feel like it would spread anyway, because you have so much contact with your eyes with your hands.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, Tempt? Yeah, I'm down, dude. I was gonna actually ping you guys. Right now we're in book club if you want to join us.
Ministers and members of the royal court. For years, we've had a fester inside the kingdom. A creeping undertow that sucks some of our friends and
Right now I'm
families
just playing
into its
the
darkness.
episode 4
Now,
of Guild Wars 2,
Confessor
Living World
Codybye at the
3.
White Mantle's helm. This seething
Just get out of the
conflict
way.
will soon come to a head, as we are poised to be smashed between two
I
rising elder
tried something
dragons.
new today
We
as a
cannot
grown-up
stand for a
person.
threat from
What'd you
within.
try?
For this reason,
Milkshake.
I'm hereby suspending
Milkshake?
the ministry until the danger has
Yeah.
passed. Some
You've
of
never
you
had
will
milkshake before
understand
today?
it's for your safety.
Alright.
Others will understand
Is it like an
that I have
American
trapped them
thing?
here,
I guess.
far from the
I guess it
White
is.
Mantle's
No,
I didn't
I
really...
don't know. I don't know.
I won't be treated
But
like
I
would say
haven't
yes.
tried it.
herded into a
would say
pen and
yes.
kept as livestock. I am no
Very
criminal.
American thing.
My
You claim this will
boyfriend
keep
bought
us
some
safe.
milkshakes
From
from
what?
McDonald's.
Who will keep us
It's
safe from you, I say?
milk,
Good minister,
ice,
this
or
measure is
whatever, right?
temporary, I assure
No,
you.
it's like
Only until
a
the kingdom
melted,
is safe from attack and the
melted
traitors
ice
in our
cream.
midst have revealed themselves.
Kindish.
The commander has already
There is
verified.
Well,
no
at
Mm.
least here in
This is an
Sweden.
autocrat's ploy.
Yeah.
Soft ice cream.
This is a moment in life, a rare moment where you will look back one
Blended
day and
with
say,
milk.
I made a stand or I did nothing.
Yeah, I
Silently
also
let
never
the
had
Queen
a milk.
capture your
I
voice
did have
and
a
the voice of the
milk in my
people?
book.
Or do you make
But
enough noise that the six gods
ages
themselves
ago,
hear us say
30 years or
nay?
more.
When my grandfather
Didn't tickle my tickle. Whatever.
Stuffing your face with chili cheese dogs? Hell yeah, dude. You think about trying Guild Wars 2? I would recommend it. I mean, it's getting better and better the more I play it, honestly.
It's really fun.
Like, we're on the, what is it, 1, 2, 3, the 4th DLC. And this DLC is like crazy, crazy good. What the hell?
Wow, 80 cents for 100 exos. No, 100 exos for 80 cents.
Your Majesty,
I'm
we
rich.
have to get you to
I have
safety.
500
We need to
exos.
secure the
I have
ministers,
$4.
the loyal ones at least. I'll try to take care of them, but you're my priority.
Nah, RTM. Bounty. Money trade.
First time. I'm gonna
We've prepared
edit
for many contingencies. There
add
are
some
some defenses ready to set
sale.
up right outside the chamber. Quickly!
then I'm gonna upload it tomorrow.
Come again?
I recorded a video when I was trying with chicks for the first time. So I'm gonna upload it tomorrow.
I'm not on TikTok.
No, I'm not gonna upload it on TikTok. I'm gonna upload it on Instagram.
Instagram.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Bunny is here.
Oh god.
Wait, who's here?
Bunny.
No way. What's up, brother?
Good evening, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
What day is it? Friday.
Yes.
Reasonable for a Friday. How is everybody else?
So far so good. How did you the last month? I think October or September we had Easter, right? Something like that.
I don't know.
Time is flying.
How have you been?
I mean, a lot has happened at the latter end of last year, so...
How have you been?
Actually, you know, doing, applying for lots of jobs and being turned down because our job economy is terrible. Like, terrible. So, it's slightly demoralizing, but...
You got this, dude. I believe.
Oh, I am fully trying to figure out how to make renewable energy.
Okay.
It's just an idea that's been going around my head for years. So, I'm gonna figure out how to do it.
Don't say that out loud, or the CIA will get you.
I was thinking some way to make a joke like that, yes.
I mean, they can try, but first they can get down and kiss my left testicle.
Okay.
And I mean...
Remind me not to get on the airplanes with you.
I mean... I would find it quite odd to be on an aeroplane with a strange man. So...
I'm not a strange man. I'm a Texan man.
Best state, best country in the world, Texas. Let's go.
Amen.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, Casper, the one, not even 1 year Texan. What the fuck?
What class am I playing? Elementalist. Oh shit.
If I could, I would leave the UK and probably come to America. Yeah.
Oh
Why?
no.
I've
mean, that's what they say. The grass seems greener on the other side.
Alright, how does... If you earn over, I think it's 50 or 60 grand, you pay 40% tax. Does that sound like fun?
No.
And that's not including all our other taxes. Like, there's that, and our country's a real mess.
Yeah.
We have higher taxes in Germany. Also in Sweden they have higher taxes.
It
Don't
depends
complain.
on, well, if you earn a lot of money, you have to pay more taxes. And it's based on where you live also. So
Yeah,
it depends on where you live in Sweden, depending on how much tax you have to pay.
I mean, with our taxes, and there's also, like, our energy is, I think it's the most expensive in the world currently.
How much do you pay for gas or electricity per month?
Me currently,
Yeah, well, yeah.
110.
Pounds?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come again?
That's not too bad.
I'm a single person, and I try desperately not to use a lot.
How much, Bunny, again?
110 pounds.
For electricity
Right,
and...
but 110 pound, right?
Okay.
Let's say a decade ago, you could get a good amount of like food shopping for 110 pounds.
Right.
Yeah. Now, next to nothing. Like, our food prices are still reasonably high.
Oh,
like,
bro,
our
that's...
inflation.
Yeah. It's like almost everywhere, though.
Yeah. But, like, I appreciate people want to save the planet and all that stuff. But our politicians are, like...
Inept.
I would take inept. I would take inept. I would take incompetent.
Strange in chat says tax evasion's a secret to success. Strange, get in here.
I mean, it's like they want to do net zero, but we have like 2% of the world's energy pollution, and our economy is tanking. Like we will slide into recession at the end of the year. If they carry on with it, we're gonna have a full
Estelle, what a surprise.
recession again.
Who could have seen this coming?
And it's gonna be really bad.
Maybe you.
So economically, we're not doing bad. Culturally, we're not doing.
And you, my friend,
economically,
were
we're not
you
doing great.
surprised?
Culturally, we're not doing great.
Get back here, you!
Don't come to England.
I hate to break it to you,
Well,
but I won't run as
you
easily.
voted
I was
yourself
honored
out
when
of
Codicus
the...
tapped me for the job
I don't know.
regicide.
No,
And
we're
I
given
will
false
sleep
promises.
with bloody
And I mean, now they're trying to get back into the EU, which is.
But I need you leading the defense of the city.
I mean,
I'll handle this bloated tick.
a long time ago, we shouldn't have joined.
This
Because
is your only hope.
we
And
were
I'm
then
about to kill
beholden
him
to
just to put
the
him out
European
of his
powers.
lovesick misery.
Like, they decided everything for us. Like, it did have some benefits.
You'll regret that slight.
But, like, the concessions we got, they weren't negotiable. So, we didn't get that great of a deal. Hi, Becca.
Talking about don't come to UK apparently.
It sucks.
If you want, that's the short summary of it.
How's healthcare, though? I heard there's been problems too there.
It's overrun because successive governments have underfunded it, and because I mean it's all I wish this was a conspiracy theory, but it's all the people that have all the power, whether it's politicians, friends of politicians, who own businesses, who own shares, they all supply the NHS, they all supply the MOD, they supply government, essentially. Excuse me. So they charge whatever they want. And the people who like work in the hospitals and stuff, they're not paid very well. Like our nurses, like the stuff they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis,
like smashing things to solve your
they're not
problems.
paid anywhere near enough. Neither are our police, our firefighters.
I think I might be quite suited for your lifestyle.
I'll save
Like
you a spot in
everything they
Dragon's
take
Watch
in
if you ever
tax,
decide to step down.
we have no idea where it actually goes.
Yeah, I did kind of feel like the Queen's voice was the same as the Sylvari voice.
We don't know the full extent of their numbers. I'm headed down to set up a
I don't know.
command tent
I'll
aboard
stop
its
complaining.
No, feel free. It's book club. We don't have a film today, and we're discussing the picture of Dorian Gray next week, so we're just kind of chilling today.
Logan,
I think
please
I have
don't slow
that.
your
It might be in a
recovery by
box.
doing something like getting yourself killed.
Apparently, we do not have a copy. I thought we had a copy, but
And watch out for the weeds.
gotta finish it before next week.
One for me.
Where's book club resident?
Hello.
You will be reading the book and be joining the book club and discussing it and talking about it. I
always do it.
when I see it. No, you don't.
I'm the model perfect book club member.
No.
Can I watch the film?
No.
Is there a film for the picture of Dorian Gray?
Yeah. It's like early 2000s. It's got what's his face in it. Is it the dude that was in
Not a
Queen
good
of the
one,
Damned?
to be honest.
No, it's the. I'm sure it's the guy who played Lestat in the.
Oh, Anne Rice's? Okay.
Yeah. I think it's him. But yeah, there is a Dorian Gray movie. And he does appear in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. And oddly, the... Is it Dark Tales of Sabrina? The one on Netflix. He appears in that.
Miji said she can't make today. There was like a health scare for Nana.
Where is Madam President?
I have no idea. She's been AWOL for like the past 5 months.
She got married.
What?
And she's busy now.
No, she didn't.
How dare she?
Did she?
I feel like we would know. He's just making shit up.
Okay, if I'm right,
If you're right, what? What are you gonna do? Hello, Brian.
It kind of needs someone else to be on the other side.
And I'm going to be like, hey, Brian said you got married and you just don't like us anymore. This is true.
Okay, not the last part. Like, she's probably busy with marriage.
How dare she get married and take her time away from us?
Book club.
And
Yeah, exactly.
me, who's not been here for however long Shinzu says. Because
And once that's through,
I'm a shit
It's like we're not
person.
important anymore. You know?
I don't believe we've been introduced.
Turns out the Char hates
Brian
Vikings
on his
just as much as
alt
we do.
account here.
This is Legionnaire
Oh, am I on crab? Oh.
She's
Oh
volunteering.
my
Yeah,
god.
I recognized the voice, but I didn't recognize the account name. I was so confused.
I think I used this
Sweet.
account to troll with Audens at one point. I'm not sure if he knows yet, but you know.
Spies have infiltrated our ranks.
Oh,
How many Discord accounts do you have? What the hell?
Any doubt. So the task is yours.
They're in the double digits, but it's for a good reason. Because
Double digits.
Yeah, okay.
Jesus.
The problem about Discord though is that you can see mutual servers, right? So if
Sure.
let's say you want to join a server and just like look around,
Okay.
but you don't want to bump into someone from a different persona, you kind of have to
Okay.
make a different account. Do you know what I mean? If they had a privacy option to prevent the mutual servers from being shown, then it's easier, right?
Okay.
I mean, that is logical.
Yeah.
But also, like,
after our supply lines.
next level.
But I'd like you to check in on the lines as well.
like obsessive.
Okay, on Firefox there is a multi-account container, so it's literally a new tab you can open in a completely different profile. So it's quite easy. I recommend it to anyone that has like different personas to do that, because then you don't get instances where
like...
I use it to log in different AWS accounts.
Yeah, like for example, right? Like I also am part of like a Jackbox community, right? Like I'm really obsessed with that, and I'm also part of like
games
some
you kept
random
losing to
like...
me that one time we played Jackbox.
I didn't lose to you. You literally won one game and quit. Okay, that's what you did. All right, like that's like no legitimate win if you can't like actually have like a best of 3 or whatever, right? So,
Just a heads up to new members of book club. Brian doesn't like it when I win. Yep.
What do you mean? Okay, look, you have beat me, I think 3 times in the entirety. No, 3 times in the entirety. 2 of those was like one session of Tales of Tribute, right? The rest you haven't touched or even gotten close, you know? But hold up, I'm switching accounts.
Yes, please. How are you, Brian? It's been so long time.
Wasn't he switching accounts?
Oh yeah, right. I'm sorry.
There he is.
Right, there he is. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail the prior convo that you guys were at.
Oh, we were just complaining. Well, I was just complaining. And
Brexit, dude. Oh my god. All right.
Right. Tell me, right, if this sounds insane. Right, I'm sure you'll have all heard about what happened last summer.
Oh, which part?
The young girls that got murdered and the 10 other people who got brutally stabbed. Like
stabbing spree, yeah.
It's all come out. They tried to. They did what they always do. Like the riot part, like that wasn't just about that. It was just sentiment of nobody's listening. We keep saying these things and nobody's listening. You just say everyone's far right or racist or X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. It's like, we're not just talking about that, we're talking like, why is the country outside London like just falling into disrepair, stuff like that. There was more to it, but like the actual stabbings, they arrested the guy, and he's been on the terror watch list. He's been referred to like a de-radicalizing program multiple times. He's downloaded books and paraphernalia from ISIS and Al-Qaeda. He planned this out meticulously, but the government thought he has no links with terrorism. When they searched his house, they found all this and writing. Like he'd been planning this for however long, and he was gleeful when he was arrested. So this week he's been sentenced to 54 years. They can't give him a permanent life sentence because at the time he was arrested, he was like a week shy of being 18.
Okay.
Like, fair enough. I mean, the Prime Minister could make an exception because this is a very dangerous individual. But instead of addressing the problem of people being radicalized, whether it's in person or online, they say it's a problem with Amazon because he bought the knife. He bought the knife from Amazon.
Okay.
Wouldn't want anyone getting hurt.
Like, he could have just got a knife from his kitchen.
That's way too slow.
Try attacking me.
Like he was going to be 18 the
Fine,
following week.
I guess
He
you
could've
are my little
just
punk
waited a
champ.
week and gone and
Come
bought a knife
here.
from a shop legally. Like instead of like addressing like the real issue of young men, or predominantly of like Muslim descent or not, being radicalized and then carrying out terrible atrocities. So they're addressing that issue and having a real conversation about it and how you can combat it, like realistically. They go, it's the knife's fault.
Ah, Commander. Captain Thackeray said he'd be sending my
I see.
This exemplar call. As you're aware, the Shining Blade has been fighting the Mercenaries.
I'm so glad the word retarded is back, because that's exactly what it is.
We've recently made a breakthrough that might help us turn the tables
Like,
on the White Mantle.
We can use all the help we can get.
Anything can be used as a weapon.
Being that this isn't your first run-in with Jade constructs,
Like, if you're willing.
sure you're familiar with
Like,
spectral agony.
every week,
Yes, I've had the pleasure of
Pretty
having
much.
my insides torn apart by that particular
some
magic.
young person
Mersat's
is stabbed
ability
to
phase
death.
between our world and the mists
Like,
allows them to
this
tap
week,
into
a
magics
12-year-old boy
unattainable in the
got stabbed to
mortal
death.
Spectral
Mhm.
agony
2
is
weeks
the pinnacle
ago,
of this ability.
or a week ago,
We think
it
we
was
found
a
way to
14-year-old
harness a
boy
form of it
on a
for our
bus.
own use.
You've reproduced the powers of the Masat.
Yes.
Like,
Well, in a
it's
sense,
not
with
knives, it's
some
people.
limitations. You see, unlike a Mersat or their constructs,
Like,
What's
that's the issue.
phase between our world and
What's
the
like
mists
the
work
mental health
You've
industry
already got one
or
foot in the
environment like
mists.
over there?
At death's
Is-
For
door,
young,
as
for
they
like,
say.
young
are there-
men,
Using
it's
the
non-existent,
elements of Jade
basically.
constructs,
Okay.
I fashioned a signet that allows you to cast spectral agony when you're near death.
I try to make it a habit
Like,
to avoid
I am
those
all for
almost
protecting
dead moments.
young women. I mean,
This
that's
does
another
sound
thing as well.
But I'll warn you, the longer you tap into
I'm
this
all for
power,
protecting,
the more it
you know,
will pull
girls,
you
young
into the next
women,
world.
women.
Use it
But
wisely.
you can't
Once you've
forget
had a chance
that
to
young men do
familiarize yourself
exist.
with the signet. Come see
I
me if
agree.
you'd like an advanced
You can't
demonstration.
demonize them.
The Mersat's
I'm
ability to
talking
phase between
more
our
of like,
world and the mists
I don't know. Like, when you demonize them and give them no, good role models to look up to, and say, this is, this is a good thing to act like this, you know.
I think there are role models. It's just
In the UK? Oh my god.
No, like
Really?
Well, I just mean like I think there are role models, just maybe not ones that have the best interest of children at heart, especially online.
Well,
with the
you know
online.
as well as I do.
So, like, it's kind of similar to, when we're talking about radicalization of young demographics these days, especially through online spaces. There was this kid recently who shot up a high school this week, and there's some weird shit coming about it. He was a black kid, but he's also a white supremacist, and had some weird-ass ideologies, and a lot of people are thinking like, okay, so there's these online spaces where they're being radicalized, these young people, impressionable people are being radicalized, and it seems like there's no real solution yet to combating radicalization of youth, apart from really doing the opposite, like just radicalizing them a different direction, if that makes sense.
But the thing is with radicalization is it's an extreme. And
right,
you'd end up
But how would
overcorrecting.
You do that? How would you not radicalize them? One.
I think send them to the army. Military will set them straight. You know what I mean?
What the
Better,
fuck? That's a
better
terrible
education.
No, I don't
Better
disagree.
education.
It does start with
Yeah, that's
education.
Sure.
And
Coordinated assault to retake it.
like some stability.
Right.
And
Yeah.
being able to have conversations that are difficult.
Sure.
And even if you don't agree on certain aspects of what you're discussing, like you can, look at that person and you can see how they got to where they got to, and you can respect their position. Doesn't mean you agree. You know what I mean?
Well, I was more
that's
so
easier to say. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I was more so pointing out the fact that, especially today, with, the access to the internet, and the fact that when we were growing up as kids, who were the most influential people in our lives?
Celebrities, people on Disney Channel.
It was the friends. It was people we went. You know what I mean? Like it's not like kids learn what like from their peers a lot more than I guess in my opinion parents at a certain age. You know what I mean? Like, so when that's in like online or virtual form, you know what I mean?
I don't know, man. Like I had some COD lobbies that were not conducive for young minds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
I remember the COD days, and I mean, but it was all.
But that's
within
not
a context.
radicalization. That's
dude. I was radicalized.
Oh, were you?
No, it's all within a context of, like, if you met these people in real life, you wouldn't talk to them like that. They wouldn't talk to you like that.
Right.
It's the hyper. I mean, it's not even toxic masculinity. Like, I despise that fucking term because it's not. Is the word conducive to what it's talking about? Is that the word? I think that's the word I mean.
I think so.
Like well, to me, it's like the word racist or sexist. Like, those words have lost all meaning because it's been thrown around so much over the last 2 decades. Like, it used to actually stand for something that people were against. Or for, depends where where your thoughts are. But either way, people understood what it meant. Like,
what is that semantic situation?
So this is slightly different. It's more like temporary. It's like when you repeat a word so often, and then the word starts appearing just to be like its individual sounds, and like the meaning behind the word, you kind of lose it. No, I know it's not what you're talking about, but it just reminds me of.
No. It does remind me of that, but like the instance I'm using it in, like the context I'm using it in, is
dilution of whatever.
It's like it's used as a blanket term when you don't want to have a discussion.
I see.
Like people, it's like essentially it's people just butchering words because they don't have the mental capacity. Like they don't have the ability to discuss something. So they just use an easy get out of free, card and say whatever istphobe or whatever it is, instead of going, I don't agree with you, here is why, I hope you can understand.
So, Bunny, like I do kind of get where you're coming from, and I had like similar views to where I felt like most people were essentially building their own echo chamber. However, the perspective that kind of I had to consider was how often is this person being exposed to what they might perceive as dog whistles, right? Because if, let's say, for example, right, there were some streamers and content creators that I respected that I felt like they would just ban someone that might have, in my opinion, a very genuine question, right? And then I realized that, okay, from my perspective... no specific name. Like from my perspective, it seemed to be like a very innocent question. But from the streamer's perspective, maybe they have had that question like hundreds of times over the week, to where like anyone new that might have a similar question, they might not know if it's a sincere question or if it's just, like trying to rub them the wrong way. So they like double down on that whole, oh no, you know what, I am cleansing like my chat to be only what I want to hear. And then it rubbed me the wrong way until I thought of maybe they're just being overexposed to that same, it's like when you're at the checkouts and you make the same joke to the person at the checkouts, right?
I never did that. I always come up with original dad jokes.
Yeah,
I'm for real. I'm for real. Becca can attest to it, right, Becca?
Yeah. And I'm sure the like checkout person is like always so enthused to hear your original joke, right? Yeah.
Yes, it's a very original.
But yeah,
joke.
like I do agree, Bunny, that finding like the good balance of being open to new ideas, new perspectives, without instantly shutting them down because you like, you know, you might accuse someone of being like just arguing in bad faith, right? And then that kind of results in an echo chamber of sorts. Like, how do you balance the genuine discussion points without the, you know, like the dog whistles, the, you know, like those insidious, you know, like instigators that try to seem like they mean well, but they actually have like ulterior, you know, like it's quite hard.
Well, unfortunately, and Casper and Shinzu can attest to this. You know, I always say the internet is the greatest and the most damaging thing we've ever created. And it is true. Like it's good. And it's also really bad. Because what's the one thing that excuse me. What's the one thing that gets clicks? What's the one thing that gets interaction?
Rage bait.
Bait, literally bait. Yeah, rage bait, outrage.
And that's what young people are exposed to. Coming from, and it's always coming from the radical right or the radical left.
Sure.
And those two are just fucking idiots because all they do is shout at each other, and everybody else who's like, whether like the center left or center right or a little bit right, but you know, more center, or you know, the left version as well, like they're just squashed in between, like they're just ruled by a minority, whereas the majority is mostly silent. Yeah, so you end up being exposed to either, well, I said, the radical right or the radical left, and that's what you're exposed to. And if you're only interacting with people from that group, that's what you're going to hear constantly, and it's going to be constantly reinforced. But also, and it's nefarious on both sides, if suddenly, let's say Casper was like a radical far right.
Soon trademark.
Was. Still is.
Right. And I was I was a radical. What's the QAnon equivalent of the left?
Libtard.
Libtard. If I was a radical libtard, right?
It's like combination of liberal with, you know.
I think it's the new liberal, but it's the extreme new liberal.
Well, I guess that really depends on what region of the world we're talking about. Oh, okay, we're talking about the West. Okay. Or like West America. It's like, yeah, liberal and conservative has so many different meanings in different parts of the world.
Yeah, like the whole alignment completely shifts because people like Bernie Sanders are like, you know,
Bernie's like, what is it, in Europe? It's a bit more like normal, I feel like.
But Bernie, like most people, tend to be center, left or right adjacent, and some of that is dependent on culture.
Or region, right, where you're living. Because when you say, let's say, like, if you describe me as center left, I have no idea what that means. If that makes sense.
Means you're from LA.
No, it's just like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it depends on what country.
It's like you hold like moderate views on like you can agree or disagree. Like say if you have like a good policy and and you vote Democrat primarily, but it's a really good policy coming from the Republicans.
But like, what if Democrat to me is like not left at all. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. Well, for the purpose of this thingy, we'll just call it that.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, I thought you would have grasped that. You are intelligent.
No, I'm just doing the devil's advocate. That's all.
No. Devil's advocate is great.
Sure.
But let's say you were more left-leaning centrist.
Sure.
Like, you're pretty moderate. Like, you go with the flow. And you're usually more liberal than conservative.
Okay.
But the conservatives have a really good bill they want to pass. It's beneficial to you and people you know. And you're like, I'll vote for that.
Sure.
Like, that's what most people are. They're not really on one side or the other.
Well, yeah, I mean, when we're talking about online spaces, it's just different forms of extreme. You rarely find...
And this is where, like, the role model thing comes in. Like, because the younger generations spend more and more time online, and, like, the things they're consuming, like TikTok,
House. All the way out here.
What's other shit other
Facebook,
than TikTok?
Instagram.
Brain rot.
Yeah, essentially.
I love brain rot. It's so soothing.
I mean,
it's a good umbrella term for it all.
I love the meltdowns on TikTok and shit like that. They're hilarious because it's like they don't see the irony of, and this is left or right meltdowns. They're both equally as funny. They never see the irony of what they're upset. Like, they just don't get it. But yeah, like there's no role models online. Because Elon Musk, yeah, he's a, I wouldn't say he's a good role model in real life. Like, in terms of making a business work and being productive, yeah, he's inspirational. But in terms of, is he a good human? Up for debate. Like, if I wanted help, if I wanted, you know, to get experience on how to build shit, yeah, Elon Musk. A good.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? I'm not convinced that I ever raised a hand.
Oh, Shinzu's in the, he lied about Path of Exile 2.
Oh, I don't know shit about
Yeah.
Shinzu.
I saw all that. And,
you know, that shit was so funny.
Like, to be fair, like, if I had money, I'd fucking do that. I don't give a shit.
I mean,
I don't think the problem was him doing it. I think the problem was him pretending that he didn't do it.
Yeah, it's the not being honest about it. If he just came out and said, "Yeah, look, I've got all this shit going on.
Sure.
You know, I paid for some help." People would just be like, "Okay." Like,
so there was actually a follow-up video by a guy that plays with Elon where he did say in the DMs that he does multi-account and he does RNT. So it was sort of like close the chapter, and I think he tried to extend an olive branch or whatever, but yes, he does. He admitted it, and then in that video, apparently he wasn't like, he never denied it. He was always open about the fact that he RMT.
Huh.
So I'm like, okay, like there is the whole the implication that this was him doing his account like every time he would talk, right? But also it's like, well, technically, he didn't say he did not RMT. You know what I mean? Like that not RMT. So it's like hard. But, yeah.
I mean, like one of the big issues with like people being perpetually online is the people they watch. Like the whole spat with Elon and Asmongold was funny. Like, has it done either of them any harm? Not really. It's rage bait. People want to see Elon argue with anybody. You know.
Back to the original topic, though. Like.
Wait, real quick. I just want to check in with David, Jenna, and Crystal. Right? Like,
Jenna can't talk at the moment.
Oh, right.
They're typing.
Right.
They're typing.
Are they typing? Whereabouts? Because I was trying to see, like, am I missing? Oh, okay, yeah. because I was trying to see, like, am I missing? Okay.
Fast as
Sorry. Go on.
Wait, where's everyone typing?
So in the voice channel's open chat. So like on the actual.
I haven't really been online. Like I actually went on ESO today.
ESO poggers, champion.
Well, I saw that the gold road was like 13 quid, so I thought I'll have a look. It was all right. Okay, right. Let me catch up.
I was saying I see the voice chat.
The open chat thing.
Yeah.
I can ping you there.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Speaking of ESO,
everybody jump in on this topic. I'm already in. I just can't remember where it was. But yeah. Back to what we were saying. I can't remember where we left off.
I think Casper was saying like back to the original topics.
oh yeah, in terms of like online radicalization, I don't know. I feel like the only solution really is somehow education.
I don't think so.
Because hear me out. So some time ago, in this, my post blew up because I made a post about this on I think it was Threads. I was asking people like, because there was like people talking about libraries or librarians like doing certain things. I'm like, do librarians not like take kids in classes and teach them how to recognize or sift through online sources anymore? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about you guys, but like when the Wikipedia and shit was like coming to prominence back then, librarians would like take us to the library, sit us down at the computers, and be like, okay, we're gonna teach you how to recognize this information and all that shit. You know what I mean? But apparently,
I don't think they do that anymore.
They don't do that anymore, and I'm just thinking to myself,
What?
no, they don't do that anymore. Apparently, at least in the States. Wait, you didn't get that? What the?
I'm 24.
Okay, maybe it's like a few years before you. Maybe I don't know, because I'm like a little bit older than you.
I definitely fell prey to mom. I just want an iPad. Look.
So like,
I mean,
so that was my experience, but it seems they don't do that anymore, which I feel like leads to the inability to recognize bullshit online, right? And then of course with the advent of AI for ChatGPT and writing essays and all that shit,
dude, have you seen?
I feel like it's just like compounding. You know what I mean?
Which also brings in
deep sea,
when they get
which is like
quite strange when they get into higher education, university, college, because you have to cite your sources, you have plagiarism.
You're very quiet, Becca.
You're really quiet. Maybe your mic?
I can hear it just fine.
I have to turn her up.
Just turn her up a bit.
Yeah, I've turned her up.
Yeah.
I never remember
Sorry, Becca?
being this quiet.
I think you're still a bit far, unless it's like it's a bit soft, Becca. So on the Discord settings, try to turn up your gain.
Yo, Doctor Strange.
Huh? What?
There's a character called Doctor Strange, a player.
Whereabouts?
He's got illusions and shit.
Bro.
Oh my god.
Okay, dude. Okay, I found the actual Doctor Strange that has my name on Twitch.
Okay.
I saw him chatting, and I was about to tell him, yo, bro, like I'll pay you $10 to like switch your name, like add an underscore somewhere, and just give me the original like name. Right?
Yeah, but
I saw him chatting.
Yeah, but if librarians aren't doing that or no one's doing that, I think Becca mentioned something about like you don't really do that until higher education. Then yeah, I mean, it compounded with the fact that there's so much bullshit out there. Then yeah, I can see why people are being radicalized at a younger age.
Let's fix her mic first. No. Okay, so Becca, you know the
Oh, and speaking of ESO, someone recognized me. Oh, earlier today.
Yeah.
Outside?
Yeah.
Radicalization.
Again.
Education. Yeah. I mean, education is. I mean, COVID did have a knock-on effect for sure within education. But like,
my sister teaches 4th grade, and she says her students definitely have like a 1st, 2nd grade reading level.
Yeah,
COVID.
some of that does come on to like
Lockdown?
Yeah, like COVID did have an impact on kids for sure. But I mean, I think this is the same for the US as well. Like, education's not been where it should be for quite some time. It's not innovated's not really what I'm thinking of, but it's the closest. Like it hasn't caught up, shall we say. I think that's the best description. It hasn't caught up with how the world is, how people gather and consume information. Like for me, Casper, Shinzu. I don't think Becca's as old as me. And I'm sure she'll enjoy the fact that I've just said that. So, and I don't know how old everybody else is. But for me, like, school was school. You learn stuff. You learn history. And all its bad stuff. All the good stuff, all the bad stuff. For the most part. And you did go to a library. And you got taught how to look at things, how to look for things. You were taught how to discuss things.
Protected.
Like, they used to have a thing where, like when I was in secondary school, so it's the high school, where you would be given a bunch of scenarios. Like, you'd split the class up into groups, and you'd have scenarios, and you'd work through them. And that was really helpful. Because it got you prepared for interacting in the real world. And I think because everyone is perpetually online now, there isn't that person-to-person interaction. I mean, anyone jump in at any time, please.
I think my personal assessment of where things sort of shifted was around 2012, 2013, and then 2016-ish. The main reason I think, right, is that a lot of stoner bro cultures became overnight millionaires and billionaires because they were using Bitcoin to buy their weed, right? And then they had a lot of disposable income. They flooded mobile games because these are your whales, by the way. These are the ultra rich whales. They have crypto money, right? And then obviously over time they started doing these here in my garage and all these other get rich quick schemes, and then they became more of the influential this is how you hustle, the hustler mentality and the whole living the high life, right? And then it started to ramp up with poker, then Bill Zarian and all that, right? Then Harambe died in 2016, and the whole idea of now we're so interconnected that we try to we want to make it, we want to be like them, right? And then during COVID, you're indoors, you see all these you consume so much media, all these Netflix, YouTube, all of these saw like record growth, right? And then you're just stuck indoors, but you're stuck seeing how other people live their life or how other people like talk about, oh, this is what is keeping you down, blah, 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 blah. And they're rich, they're successful, right? You see the Andrew Tates, you see all of that?
Yeah.
And then it just
Andrew
becomes
Tate
like a flywheel.
As Jana said, is it Jana? Jana? Please correct me. I'm not usually insulting. But yeah, like, Andrew Tate should never have been allowed such a platform, because that is the kind of masculinity we don't want to be teaching to young men.
Well, that relates back to what you were talking about, right? Because there's like this void. So someone's got to fill the void. And that's what I mean by role models. He is a role model. You know, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
He's a KOL, bruh. KOL. Key opinion leader. Is what they
Okay,
call
buddy.
themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, I've never met the man, but I wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire.
What? I'd piss on him.
I wouldn't.
What?
So the concept.
Oh, I see. I mean, still, I mean, he's burning alive, bro. What the?
Yeah, I'd let him.
Wow.
Like, and I generally don't have, thoughts of violence. But he is. I mean, it's not just him.
Sure.
Like, and he's also not a good role model for young women either. They shouldn't aspire to think he's a catch.
I can fix him.
He's more of a symptom overall, though, right?
Yeah,
like not really the cause.
He is a symptom of a larger problem. Like, I mean, role models. Like, think of. Okay, you are my new favorite person, Jana. Jana, please tell me which it is, so I don't.
They wrote JAH space na, so like Jana.
Jana. Okay, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you. I will give you some matches. You provide the gasoline.
Okay, so like, I think like he is most clearly putting on a persona to rage bait and to sort of like be in the
very obvious
public consciousness.
Yeah.
I mean, because like that's how you stay talked about. That's how you stay relevant. Like you become like the heel, the villain.
Sure.
Like, you are the the anti. Exactly, right. So that like if you then change up the reward structure, like where is the incentive, right? Is it the hustler university or whatever it's rebranded? Is it like the countless like crypto pump and dumps because he has a platform of like impressionable like people that will like ape into anything he calls? Where is the money? Where is the incentive? If you hamper that part, then it becomes a lot less profitable for them to put on the show, right? If the show isn't making the money, then what's the point?
So your argument is not education being a solution, but incentivizing behavior.
Yes, like change the incentive structure. Like if it's not profitable to be like a rage baiter, which of course it's kind of hard to actually like cut off the sources because there's many ways for someone to make money.
That is not incentive to be just a basic human, an empathic basic human. So what the fuck, Brian?
I mean, like,
come on, Brian.
Yeah, bro.
I think trying to incentivize good behavior, I feel like it's a whack-a-mole game, because then if let's say you try to incentivize people that talk about certain, I don't know, like certain things in a certain way, right? You might get like the overtly positive, like toxic positivity sort of movement because they're trying to farm engagement from that, right? As well, and those people do exist. where they're like so obnoxiously holier than thou that when they do crumble in a very fantastic manner, right? Like you see like all that whole like, oh, like this person, he's been fake all along. Like he's not this like virtuous angel. He's not that at all, right? So like I feel like trying to like incentivize a particular thing is kind of like a harder thing. Just say these are the extreme.
I talked about basic human behavior. Not
but how do you
holier than
that?
holier than hell, or holier than I don't talk about that.
No, but
just be a basic human.
How do you define that? Because even
I mean, the definition of it keeps moving. Like, depending on what side
culture
of the
and whatever.
Yeah, depends which side of the argument you're looking at it from. Like, we could all agree on what, like, a decent human being is. Obviously, it's Shinzu. We can all agree with that, I think.
Sure.
Like we can't even agree on stuff as like a civilization. But back to the education part and incentives. There should be more incentives to education now. Education is not the be-all and end-all, because as I'm sure every person here knows somebody who might not be intellectually gifted, but they are very practical. They're very good, like, with the hands. Let's put it that way. Like, they're very good at the more, not less educated career paths, because that's
to excel at academics to be able
to be successful. No.
Which means that this decent human. I mean, so that actually kind of relates to Confucianism, where it is believed you have to be educated to be a good person. So,
I mean, but
so
isn't that just what the royalty used to put down the peasants?
No, well, okay, it's structure. But we've kind of been, I feel like as humans, we've been grappling with these questions we're talking about right now in book club for like thousands of years. Confucius talked about it, Lao Tzu talked about it, so many philosophers have talked about it. So
yeah, but
I think it really depends on your approach to the problem.
I mean, in terms of like education, like education is also what you're teaching people. Like if you're just teaching someone to remember facts.
It's not only about facts; it's also about social behavior.
Right.
That is education.
Yeah. No. That should be.
That's
like,
Confucianism.
The base. That should be the base. Like teach someone how to interact.
To be social. To be social.
Yeah. Teach people how to interact with other people on a level that everyone understands.
You can have discourse, right? Yeah. That is also basic human behavior. You should have discourse. Discourse.
That's where I feel like Confucius would disagree on some things. So like I think again, the crux is here. You guys agree with Confucius, right?
You can agree that you disagree, right? That is also something that you have to learn.
So the crux here is everyone, including Confucius, would agree, okay, so education is important, or educating people on etiquette, or how to behave is important for a functioning society, or a functioning individual. Yeah. But that's where...
politeness.
Well, that's where it splits. What is basic politeness? Because Confucius would argue, for example, you need to dress a superior by age, etc., by title. You know what I mean? That's where... What are the specifics of what you guys are talking about?
Well, this is something that, like, I mean, most of it is, a lot of it will depend,
Logan
again,
asked me to check in on
region,
the Serf's
culture,
operations here. What's going on? I heard a
things like
commotion
that.
earlier.
Oh, that?
Depends
There's
on
nothing. Just a little
how you treat people.
raw, seething frustration I needed to let loose.
Because
I'll be
some
fine.
cultures
I've
have
been tapped as
very
the civilian
rigid,
envoy for the Seraph supply line
like,
operations here.
well,
Keeping
very
pace
rigid
with
like
them
structures
is
of how they
challenging.
interact.
But someone's got to build a crown for all these resources. once the
Like
war's over.
in social settings,
Every last
some
item will be
don't,
accounted for.
some are more relaxed,
patriotic of you.
and then
Looks like things are running
again it's
smoothly
another
around here,
level,
The
like
Seraph
between
is a well-oiled
classes.
machine when push comes to shove. They didn't waste a moment once the attack was spread.
But
The bazaar
like
is probably the most
basic,
secure
just
location
being a
in Lake
decent
Dora.
person.
I doubt the White
you know,
Mantle will have much luck seizing it.
like
That's
that's
not to say
something
there isn't
you
lots
should
of work to be
teach
done if you want to chip in.
kids.
As you may have
Like
noticed,
that
So
is
in-
something you
What
should
is
aspire
decent
to.
though, right? Like,
Yeah, I think
I'm on
that's where
orders from
the
Thackeray to recon the rest of Lake Dora before we plan our next move.
very well.
Who defines
Captain,
that?
the supply lines are well
Who-
looked
yeah.
And watch your back out there, Commander.
Yeah.
My definition of being a decent human being, I think, is vastly different from Donald Trump's, definition of being a decent human being. Like, it varies from person to person, from culture to culture, from region to region, how you are raised, your life situation. So, in order to get the whole world in one basic definition,
I mean that would be impossible.
exactly, is nearly impossible.
So in New Zealand, sorry if
New Zealand. Yes, talk
So
to us
in
about
New
the
Zealand-
island. Yes.
Wait, that's a real place?
That's a real
I know, it's surprising
Wait,
that
you
you
live in
watched
the
the Lord of the
Hobbits?
Rings
No way, bro.
documentary, bro.
That's where
They're
the
right
anime
in
took
my
place.
backyard. They're in my backyard. Yeah, so like in New Zealand, the government has been trialing this boot camp philosophy. So essentially what they're arguing is that the whole military-like structure to give like the youth offenders structure in their lives
Okay.
and like their argument is that this is what they think will help solve that issue of how do you shape the impressionable youths that are like troublemakers, right? Now, obviously, there are people that are against this and they feel like this boot camps don't work, right? But then, what would be the solution? What is the alternative? Like, just straight up incarceration? Like, what is it? You know what I mean?
I mean
So-
that's not a help. I mean, trying to rehabilitate people should be some people who can be rehabilitated. You should try and help. But I am of the belief that, and this I think in England, because we have a lot of young men just killing each other on a daily to weekly basis. I do think national service would be really beneficial because it will take some of these kids out of these places.
Protected.
Wouldn't that just externalize the violence onto other population centers?
Well, no, because they'd be at an army base.
Assuming there's a war, right? I mean, we had that same issue with United States military history, where gang members or prisoners would, go into the military.
No, but I don't just mean like offenders. I mean just
young men in general.
like they're doing South Korea.
Oh, so military conscription.
Everyone has a national service for a couple of years, and that will take. And this is where you could instill some.
I feel like that would cause other issues though, like
I mean,
birth
maybe,
rate,
but
declining birth rates, so on.
I mean, I heard Japan's all about importing people to get some babies. Japan, if you're hearing me, I'm here.
Well, I think it was sorry, what?
I was saying the kind of problem everywhere.
Yeah, but like I said, Japan's apparently hiring. I'm game.
There's restrictions.
Oh well. But no, I do think national service might help alleviate some because we have a real problem with like gang crime across the country.
So you would argue perhaps with this position it's more of a disciplinary issue for the younger people?
Yeah, because a lot of them don't have they don't have a father in the home, so they don't have a living male role model.
So is that like do you think that's a community issue then, more so than like a?
It's I think it's a mixture of a lot of issues. Like education plays a part as well.
Sure.
There's a lot of like factors that collapse into the problem. It's not just a one thing. It's many different issues. But I think if you could take these kids out of that environment for a little while, you know, maybe I don't know if they pay national service, but you know, say, look, you know, come away for 2 years, you know, you'll get this at the end. Like, it's something. It's an incentive, and you know they might like it, and it's another like you can expose them to like different forms of education as well.
Yeah, I think it's a very risky venture though, because like I mentioned with the United States military history, like for example, when I was talking about like gang members and stuff like that, what will happen, you know, after they got military training or experience in combat, is they would go back to their communities. A lot of them would, not everybody, but a lot of them would, and they would basically use those methods, tactics, and such to form gangs, which would be even more militarized than the police.
Oh no.
So
that I understand.
Maybe it's I don't know if like going to conscription would fix somebody's personality or violent inclinations, you know what I mean? Or it can
You give them
exacerbate
an
it.
outlet for that anger, and that's good. Let them have something to put out, right? Their frustrations on, right?
Well, the problem is what happens when they go back to the communities.
They don't go back. You sabotage their like transport. Keep them there. They're stranded.
What?
Like one of the big issues with these communities, Casper, is it's all they know. They've never been outside of it. So just taking them out of that environment.
That is a similar story though, was what I'm saying to U.S. gang history. A lot of them did not. You know, you're like it's kind of it's not even parallel. It's like the same exact scenario. They just went back to the communities and then formed gangs.
I mean, from my personal experience, I was.
This is my chance.
Military service until I don't know 32,000. I was conscripted or drafted in my apprenticeship. During my apprenticeship, I could not be conscripted, right? So I was laid back like that after I finished my apprenticeship. And it was 1999. I then had to got into the army. And my draft were all had the same experience. They had an apprenticeship. They had already experience in their professional life. Then in the draft after, there were only people that had come directly out of high school. They had a totally different life experience. They didn't have experience in a professional environment, and they acted this way also, right? And they were also at least 4 to 5 years younger than us. And there was a real difference between this group of people, right? Just out of this missing, not missing, but just out of this different kind of environment it came from, right? There were people that, like I said, had already had a profession, and there are people directly of the street, and their experience was so different. So you could feel it, right? I don't know, the army can try to form you, right? They want to make you uniform. If this makes sense, right? But it's and people with this professional experience, they were a bit more reluctant to that in comparison to people that we had to think. So, yeah, just my personal experience.
I think once we get the metaverse, all these issues will go away. Because okay, no, for real. Think about it, right? Think about it. No.
No,
just think about
come
it,
on.
right?
Okay.
All these issues with violence and all that, right? Like
Okay.
you have much more control if someone is able to create their own little like community hub space, whatever, in their own pocket metaverse, right? And all you need to do is order food. It gets delivered, shipped to you, to your door. You don't actually have to leave. And you work in the metaverse. You interact, socialize in the metaverse. You form relationships
That just
in the
sounds like
metaverse.
segregation.
Isn't that just social isolation? What the fuck?
No, what I'm saying though is that you're
Okay.
able to live fulfilling lives
Okay.
without actually having the fear of going out and interacting with people. Like
What
this
are you
solves so
talking
many
about?
issues. I'm talking about solutions to all these issues about role models and all that, right? It's just metaverse. Like once Zuck gets moving,
Zuck.
we will be.
No,
I'm just
Zuck.
saying.
absolutely not.
Be careful.
We need the Zuck to save humanity, right? Like
Oh my
he
God.
will. Look, you can even have.
Somebody called him something really good. Let me see if I can remember it.
Reptile? Oh no.
No. It was something. It wasn't Mexican Molly dealer. It was something else.
Jonna says your solution is to turn humanity into the people from Wall-E.
So unironically, yes, Wall-E, Matrix, whatever you're gonna call it, that is.
Did you learn anything from Wall-E?
Okay,
Did you
look,
learn
right.
anything?
The main issue was, of course, the muscle atrophy, but that's just because of like lack of movement. You can have like treadmills indoors. That's fine. It's
Is
not
that
a problem.
really the main issue?
That was the main issue.
Can we just
Humanity survived.
I want Sword Art Online.
Exactly, dude. Yes.
What?
I'll be
Anyway.
Kirito, and
Okay,
I'll have
buddy.
like my dual wield. I'm just saying.
Right. No. Back to the potential like national service.
Okay.
As we were saying, I do think because a lot of these young men, young women, don't leave their communities. They live live and die in the town you're born in.
Mm-hmm.
Like they.
So you want to give them more perspective on the more perspective?
Yeah.
Okay.
Expand their
But-
worldview.
Like not necessarily just like in the army, the navy. Like give them something to aspire to. Because if all they're seeing is what they've seen so far, like chances of them getting out of it are going to be slim. And if they stay there, they're just doomed to repeat the cycle. I mean, I do, there is the worry that, some people will come back from that experience and use that experience for nefarious means.
Right.
Like, that's always going to be a risk. But, if they're there for 2 years, obviously you're going to have people there that are going to keep an eye out for things like that. Or you'd hope they would. You know, there would be some risk assessment. But like, I mean, the Army or Navy doesn't sound that exciting to young people, but like that could change their entire life.
But let's say you countries like Israel, you have mandatory military service for men and women. As far as I don't know if it's still true. And
it's just, I think, well, so thought experiment. Let's say you get them into military conscription or military service for 5 years, well, 2-3 years, like the Koreans. What happens after that when they go back home?
I mean,
right, like
well, this is where you then have programs, you know, to help them get into jobs, or, you know, if they're able to set up a business, you know, teach them not just like army things or navy things, teach them like world things.
I see. Okay.
Like it's not just like learn how to kill people. Like it's teach how to be responsible, how
here in
to.
Germany, it's when it was this way. When you had a job, when you got when you were conscripted, got back into.
You know, help them get back into society. Like
no, it was not back in society. You never left the society. You were just on a different job.
Yeah, it's like
I'll say
being
here
reserved.
Here in the States, that's like one of the biggest failures to our veterans is there is no help getting them back into society.
Your mic is
That's why we
amazing,
end
by
up-
the way.
Okay, that's why we end up with so many homeless vets, and they have PTSD. Like the mental health crisis in our military is astronomical, and not enough people talk about it. They don't know how to become part of society, and they really struggle with finding jobs, even if it's a job that aligned with a job they did during their service. They either have to go back to school, or there's positions, or they're overqualified or underqualified, and it ultimately, homeless in America fails their military vets.
Oh, they do.
So
Yeah,
hard.
right. It's. I mean, again, it's like if you. How do you solve that?
I think as part of the initial conscription, you do have like plans signed at that point to say like what happens afterwards. Like the way that the police and all that, they have like their pension plan, right? Maybe having something equivalent for people in the army or the military, whereby like after you serve a certain amount of time, you're guaranteed, you know, like this pension or something as a start.
The problem is with our military here in the States, when they're recruiting kids, and they go to high schools to recruit kids straight out of high school, they tell them, oh, you know, we're going to help you get an education, we're going to help you thrive in life after the military. And it kind of touches the kids, you know. It comes with a big dollar sign, there's a big promise of stability and education and success afterwards.
Don't you get a Corvette?
A lot of kids that enlist in the military do end up buying really expensive vehicles that after like a month or two they can't fucking afford it and it's repossessed. So like they have all these big promises and then they break all of them.
There's no checks. There's no checks or balance.
Exactly.
Like no, that's something that should definitely be addressed in the US and in the UK. But I do think, like, if you do it right and you have the right intentions, in terms of like mandatory service for a couple of years, I do think it would be beneficial, because you get kids or young adults who've never left their communities, have never seen anything outside it, give them some structure, you know, help them where they fall short, you know, whether that's with education or personal interaction, anything like that, you know, teach them actual useful life skills, like teach them how to do taxes, for fuck's sake. You know, it sounds stupid, but so many people don't know how to do things like that. Like, people don't know how to cook.
What?
Yeah, there's people who
I don't know
have no
anyone who
idea.
doesn't know how to cook.
Bro,
Except maybe like small kids.
Bro.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Used to be me.
Dude, half of my friends live off Whataburger.
What?
Yes.
What, can they cook a burger?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we do grilled meats all the time.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's cooking.
Still.
Shit.
Most of the people do
Wow,
not
he's
cook
been in
for
Texas
themselves.
less than a year. No, like, no, people genuinely don't know how to cook.
Yeah, no. as
There's
a
no
young
way,
adult,
dude.
As a young adult, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I can't tell you how many meals
Whew.
I burnt. Like,
I definitely ate Wendy's
I
4-for-4s a lot throughout college.
Sweden.
Oh.
Cool. Before high school, you have you learn how to do basic meals in school. You have classes that you learn about, basic meals, and you are in a group of 3 to 4 max, and then you cook something, and then you eat. I don't know if they have it now, but when I grown up and when I went to school, we have that like once a week as a class.
They still got it, it's just optional. It's not mandatory.
See, it should be. It like it's baffling to me. Like a lot of people, I mean, it's a thing in England for sure. People just buy frozen food that has little nutritional value, really.
I refuse to believe there's no way there's adults that don't know how to cook food.
I literally just told you I was one of them.
Okay, but like you learned, right?
Yeah, I kind of had no choice. But
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying you learned. It's not like you were stuck not knowing how to cook.
Casper, there's genuinely people who do not know how to cook.
It's like, how old are they? Like 30s, 40s?
There's girls who live by the.
Are they like
Cardi B,
college
I don't
kids?
cook, I don't clean, whatever that is.
Well, I mean,
You know what I mean?
You have a young person who has their own income. They're not responsible for making sure another human being has to eat something. It's so much easier to order it or go pick it up. Why bother to go buy, hundreds of dollars worth of groceries to put in your fridge, work all day, come home and make a meal for yourself when you can just swing through the drive-thru
Yeah,
on your way home?
okay, let's say you do that, but you know how to cook though, right? Is what I'm saying.
It's more or less, you're not pressed to learn how to cook anything like sophisticated. You might know how to fry an egg. You might know how to
that's what I mean.
make a
That's
burger.
cooking.
I mean, that's like someone being commended for knowing how to turn on a rice cooker, right? Like it's not.
Sure,
It's
depends
cooking,
on the rice
sure,
cooker.
but it's like using appliances, Like,
Sure, that's whatever.
It's people don't understand.
If you have a smartphone, you can use a rice cooker. Is
I
my point.
mean,
I mean,
do you need a smartphone for a rice cooker?
no, you don't need it. I'm
Bro,
just saying,
like
if
the
you
amount of
know how to
times someone
use a
doesn't put,
smartphone,
like oil or water or
if
whatever,
you know how to use a
burn the
smartphone, you
rice.
know how to use a rice cooker. Is all I'm going to say. It's not that hard.
Oh, well.
Like I would say, smartphones are harder than like most appliances, like a toaster or some shit. You know what I mean?
No, but like it is. I think it's obviously. I mean, how old are you, Casper?
He is in
I'm
his
too
40s.
old.
Yeah. So we're of an age.
Sure.
Where like it was a thing where you learned how to cook. Like you understood like basics, and the rest you learn through trial and error by yourself. Now there's a culture of it's just not being taught because it wasn't taught to their parents. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I grew up in a household where we were in the kitchen. Like even if we weren't actively doing the cooking, we were in there to learn how to do it, to learn how to, make spaghetti or make meatloaf or fried chicken. We had to be in the kitchen. I did my homework in the kitchen while my grandmother cooked, so that I was doing my schoolwork, but also learning how to cook. And I still found myself as a young adult who couldn't cook. And I don't think a lot of people are doing that much anymore, where they've got their kids in the kitchen teaching them. It's easier to put them in front of a screen so that they can get it done quickly because they worked all day, or they've got chores, or they're tired. Whatever the case may be, it's easier to stick the kid in front of a screen so you can just quickly get it done.
So that's what I mean by it used to be part of like society, like a cultural norm to pass that skill down.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I think that's something we have lost or are losing.
I mean, do families even have meals together anymore?
What?
Or is it just like everyone just grabs their plate, goes to their room, surfs the YouTubes and whatnot?
The YouTubes.
Yeah, the YouTubes, bro.
I purposely positioned our TV so that you can't see it from our dining room. Not gonna lie.
I think
Where's this
that
vista?
if you have small kids or a family that values, like people go, the parents go at working, and the kids are in school, and they have a time. This time we eat dinner at the kitchen table. Same time every day. So yeah, there are people that doing that.
I think it can work if, let's say, pre-teens and younger, but as soon as you hit the teens, man, like, it's kind of rough to get them out of their room, sitting and eating.
Then it becomes a balance of convincing them to be involved and be a part of it, and being able to tolerate them in their teenage attitude long enough to teach
is
them
a
anything.
liar,
That's
a
a fair
bully,
observation.
and he's toxic.
Thank you for the sub, audience.
it is
75 months. God damn.
I mean, to play devil's advocate, I think, at what point do we distinguish actual shifts in, like, the destruction of society versus does each progressive generation just say, well, we had it better, and now this younger generation is being like spoiled, or is being let off with less tools because such and such. How do we remove our own generational bias to say, like, this is indeed like a problem, and it's not just now, instead of it being eating at the table,
Have
now
you seen
order out.
Skibidi toilets?
Dude, no.
Have you seen Skibidi toilet?
But also, have you seen the number of newly created millionaires and what niche they're in? Right? So the concept of just like, okay, you have one breadwinner in the house, and you're able to afford a house and to afford to pay for like your kids' college. Those days are over. So perhaps also that same shift is also in how you have time to sit and eat in front of the thing. Maybe you don't have that time. Maybe that time is better spent being terminally online, waiting for Trump to drop his second or third coin. You hop in, and then you have like 10 times your money. That will take 50 years in the stock market, right?
Sure.
Maybe that is the shit, So like, how do we separate our own bias of how we succeeded versus how, like, what it takes to succeed nowadays? Maybe you have to lose some skills because you just don't have the ROI in those skills anymore, so it's kind of hard. But I am playing devil's advocate here because I also do believe that there is, of course, like some deterioration of whatever in society. Yes, there is some, but also like there's also new forms of making money, new forms of succeeding that we kind of have to catch up on.
I mean, nostalgia is a wonderful thing, but it's also a dangerous thing. Let's not play around.
Oh, I miss the 1940s, guys.
But no, like nostalgia is a wonderful thing, but it is, you know, it is rose tinted.
I do also wonder if like our generation is like, well, I grew up in these circumstances and my parents were too harsh in this way or another way, so I'm going to be the complete opposite. But you go too far and therefore kids are losing a lot of education that they need to thrive as adults.
I mean, it's always the...
Do I have a recommendation for a computer chair? I would get like an actual like ergonomic office chair. Most gaming chairs aren't really great for your back.
I think this is an average. This is not like...
Hi, Ben. I've been great. Thanks for asking, Snoops. Appreciate you. And yeah, in Taiwan, yeah, I can see that, but like you can still, you know how to cook. At least an egg or some shit, you know what I mean?
Or what they tried to teach me. I kind of appreciate it now. There are obviously outliers, and there always is.
Oh god.
But as for... I do think...
Oh my god, there's so many of them.
Some things are just lost in translation to a younger generation because they never had the things we had.
Well,
so for
yeah,
us,
okay.
we never had social media. Not really.
I don't know.
MSN, bro.
Started social
ASL?
media. What do you mean?
I don't know. I feel like
No. I mean,
and our chat rooms, like that's where it
Well-
really started, and then MySpace took off in the early 2000s. So we're that weird generation where
the in
grew up
between.
without it, yeah. But then we like in the progression of our childhood, it became really popular and it started to boom. So I guess like some people refer to it as the best of both worlds, where
I
the
think
street
it's
light
worse.
was indication where you needed to come home, and
No,
now we have the cell phones.
Well,
No,
I'm part of the silent generation.
I'm old enough that I didn't have it. So.
Yeah.
What do you think? What's your perspective, Shinzo? You're the oldest here, I think, right?
No.
Yeah, he is.
No, he's not.
What? Yes, he is.
Yeah, it definitely is. He's older than me. I'm younger than Casper.
What?
I'm older than both you and Casper.
Oh my god.
I said you were young earlier. Where's my cookie?
I'll get you a cookie. But yeah, no, Shinzu's older than me. We've mentioned Shinzu. We know that he's the oldest out of this current group.
He's the wisest.
Not really.
Exactly.
Not really.
Oh,
Please, aged one.
yeah, give us your perspective.
Give us your droplets of knowledge.
Let's see. Crystal is now really quiet.
Crystal, you're really quiet.
You have a report for us.
Indeed. The Seraph have the
Might have
bazaar
to
well
turn
secured.
everybody.
But the Mantle's making gains elsewhere in the
I got
region.
my first cell
Sadra's Haven
phone.
is definitely a target. We should send some
I
support that
think
way.
I
I'll
was
try to get a
in
detachment
grade
out there as soon as possible. What else?
The White Mantle have taken an interest in New
7
Loamhurst,
or 8.
as well as
What, high school?
a heavily
Then I got-
fortified house in the forest north of here.
Yeah, before.
Is that middle school?
Uh,
I guess that's the American one.
middle school.
Okay.
Also stumbled upon
Crystal,
this
For
It's like freedom
for high
grade.
school.
It appears we're
Yeah.
working with the enemy.
I was
I'll escalate this intel at once.
around
I appreciate
14,
your efforts,
15
Commander.
years old or
Thanks
something.
To you,
when I got
you're a
my
little
first
less
cell
blind in
phone.
this battle.
Mm-hmm.
While you were scouting,
And
Yeah, I
my
was
the White
sister,
Mantle have taken Fort Avenda,
and my
bolstering our
oldest
eastern
sister.
flank's defenses. Worse yet,
She got her
there's some
first
sort of
cell
magical
phone
storm forming over the fort.
when
We can't
she
risk a
was
frontal assault.
16.
There's supposed to be a shining blade agent stationed in
But
that area.
but that was the
One
reason
well
because
versed in the art of sabotage.
he was
I think the two of
moving
you could do a
to
lot of
another
damage
school,
together.
I think high
Go
school,
track down the agent. See if you
in
can do something about the
many
White Mantle who occupy
miles
that
away
fort.
from hometown.
Boarding school?
No, yeah, kinda.
Military school. He was an outlier.
Yeah, no. So yeah, she got a cell phone because she was go to another school after middle school.
Strange.
So she
I'm
had.
sorry. No, go on,
So
go on.
she had to go to that school because she wanted to, and so she could contact my mother and father if she had to. So that was the only reason she got a cell phone. And nowadays, kids get cell phones way younger when they are 10. Yeah.
But also, we weren't tracked as much as we are nowadays, right? So, like, it's not a bad thing to give your kid like a phone if you have like the tracker thing, right? Like the Life 360 or whatever that's called. Because then,
Careful now.
yeah. Because then, like, you don't have those horror stories of, okay, back in my day, there was no issue like walking like across the whole of town on your own, and you're like 8, right? With the
What?
giant backpack.
Depends on the town.
What can I do?
In my town, I could literally walk like the entire one time I walked like from where my dad worked all the way back home. He was not happy though, but I did.
Okay.
And it was about like
I can cloak you in a powerful veil that will give
an
you
hour
the
and a
appearance
half
of a white
walk,
mantle soldier.
right? And I
But
did it on my own, crossed like busy roads, all that. But nowadays, I don't think that would fly at all.
Be careful inside.
So
When I was 3, me and my big sister ran away from home, and we walked
Stay
across
safe.
town.
wow.
We got picked up by the police.
Oh, did they call in like a missing child thingy?
Yeah, so my family did like report us as missing, and some police saw these fucking little bitty ass kids walking across town, and they picked us up.
So I mean, you would be millennial as well, right, Becca?
Yeah, I'm a
The greatest generation.
So I think millennials like us. Shinzu, you could be a millennial too.
What? These are millennials.
Honorary millennial.
Honorary.
Yeah.
So I had my first. Let's stick to the surf, right? I had my first cell phone in '96.
Oh, okay.
I bought it myself.
One of
I
the
paid.
bricks.
Yeah.
Which
I
model?
I bought it for myself. I paid for myself, and I paid a long time for myself. It was expensive as fuck. And it was for my. So I just finished my apprenticeship. It was the hot shit. I wanted to have it, and I paid dearly for it because I didn't have enough pay to actually pay for it, right? So also my parents had to.
So I remember having the orange brick phone.
No, it was a
my first
Nokia. It was a Nokia, Brian. If you want to know it,
A
it was a
Nokia.
Nokia something, whatever.
See, like for us millennials, like
8310.
I had one of those. I had a 3210. Like for us, phones back then, they didn't have internet. They had do you remember putting in ringtones?
Dude, I remember. Yes.
You
You had to pay as well. Like it was like you send like a.
Oh
There's
no,
like some
this was
carrier
before
thing.
that. This was before.
Before that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you used to just go on the internet and you just print off the keys to it and you put it in yourself. I had big pimping. Like it really wasn't great, but you know people knew what it was. But like for us, I mean, jaded's not the word, I don't think, but I don't think we're as jaded as the next generation, and because we were the first to have it. really. Like, we were the first to take advantage of it, should I say. Like, so we remember being kids without it, like interacting as kids. So the follow-on generations, they've grown up with it. It's there all the time. It's
So
in
they take
every
it for granted?
Yeah, it's in
no.
every aspect of life.
So when I was a little kid, even my teens, it was not. I also come from East Germany, right? So it was not everyone had a phone, a landline. So
Shinzu's still waiting for the dial-up internet.
yeah, probably.
To get his naked picture.
I just wanted to mention it. It was not a common thing to have phone at home, right? At least for me, for my was it in East Germany, right? It was really not a thing to have had a phone at home. It was a thing after 1990. So then it was a thing, right? Everyone then got a phone, a landline, actually, right? Before that, it was not common. Only party people had a landline, something like that, right? So also you have to think about that. At least I think about that.
Shinzo, I have a question for you. So, like, I remember watching Sesame Street, like the old reruns, right? where they would have like the operator, right? And I was always sad that I missed that part where you would ask for the operator to like connect you to something.
I'm
Did
not
you
that
ever
old.
experience?
I'm not that old.
Shinzu,
I didn't know.
I miss when telegraphs were a
know.
thing. Do you remember telegraphs, Shinzu?
That's an honest question. I didn't know when it ended. I thought it was like just before the 90s. I thought. Because I was like,
Oh God, no.
Messenger pigeon.
No, we had dial phones.
There were
Rotary.
already telephone books in my time.
Rotary phone.
Prime.
Okay.
There were already telephone books.
right. Because it's one of those things that like I wish I experienced, like asking for the operator. You know, like it just seemed like so cool. But,
I think we should use a
You
pigeon.
still can ask for an operator. on
Yeah,
a landline,
you can.
Of course.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Depends on where you call. But
Okay.
you know what's sad? When I call companies or whatever for anything, it's like operator's never the first option anymore. It's fucked up.
Bro, like they
They want
give
you
you
to
like
sit
these really
through the
obnoxious
menu.
like 7 or 8 like, slowly worded like it just takes
If
so
I'm
long.
like in a really sour mood and I just need to speak to a fucking person, I just press 0 repeatedly until the automated system doesn't know what the fuck to do and transfers me to a person.
Well, I'll try that. But yeah, like our generation, millennials, like because we remember like before, we don't take it for granted like the next generations do. Like for us it's a tool. For the following generations, it's a part of life. Like, look at the absolute meltdown of TikTok being off in America for a day and a half. Like, the meltdowns were hilarious, by the way.
I feel like that was more of a financial thing, though, especially for business owners.
But, like, the reaction to it, though, was so over the top.
From
Like-
everyone that I know personally, it was either the financial aspect or the community aspect, because not a lot of people outside of my knowledge video games use things like Discord. So like they built a community on TikTok, so that was like a really big deal to them, was losing their community, and then of course all of the small businesses.
Oh no, like the financial aspect, I understand. Like it, but it's primarily the younger ones that have just take it for granted that it's always there, and once it's gone, they have no idea what to do.
Oh yeah.
Although
it's like they're gonna get rid of TikTok. What am I gonna do? And I'm like, you're gonna survive. That's, that's what you're gonna do.
You should have seen some people's reactions to me taking down USOU.
Oh no,
I know.
I watched your video.
We're almost
I watched it.
react.
I mean, fuck, I'm a part of this server. I will not leave. I will not be removed.
No, the reactions were kind of insane from some players. So
Yeah,
I mean,
I think that's
to
kind
play
of playing
devil's
into.
advocate-
Okay,
Nope.
what's the devil's advocate?
Oh,
There are
by the way,
peop-
speaking of TikTok, that being banned in the US, I'm reading a Swedish tech news page, and they are writing about phones that are selling on eBay with the app TikTok, because apparently if you deleted the app, you
Yeah, it was
can't
like $10,000. That's what you want.
Yeah, because
Just get an Android, bruh. Easy.
the
Android.
hold on the ban isn't reassuring enough for Apple and Google Play to put it back in their
Yeah. So this Swedish tech online page wrote
Shit.
that the most expensive cell phone that has been listed and found is an iPhone 15 Pro Max. It has been listed for 76,000.
76. I should sell my phone
Okay,
right
that
now.
is money laundering, bro.
Money
That's
laundering.
completely like, is this no way? No.
See,
No.
speed.
I will post it in the club.
See, like something that we had growing up, all of us being gamers. You may have took part in this or not, but you know, there were still LAN parties.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You know, where
yeah.
if you wanted to play with your friends and interact, you were there in person.
Good old
Not just that.
times.
used to have
Split
Halo
screen
parties.
also.
Do you remember?
Good old times.
Do you remember QuakeCon?
Yeah.
Back where everyone brought their fucking towers.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that was, even though it's gaming and idiots frown on it because you're not social. It's like, have you ever played an online game?
Right. Gaming
very
is the most social.
I'm the most social person. Marvel Rivals ranked. Yep.
You're the most anti-social.
Literally, I'm the
bro.
most
Like,
antisocial.
You should be.
I'm
you
not
should be
toxic.
quarantined, bro.
Some people deserve to be yelled at, bro. Not gonna lie.
And people who live in America, I need to have confirmation because I have seen a lot on TikTok and I don't know if it's true or not.
Okay, shoot.
Yeah, because I have seen some TikToks that some Americans saying that their For You page are so much different after the ban, and it feels like they are on a different server, and if you block like Facebook and Meta, your For You page will go back to normal.
Yes, so my For You page was a bit funky after the ban was lifted, and I did go and block Facebook and
Add me back.
Instagram and the Meta accounts, and it seemingly returned to normal, but there's still a lot of things that are blocked. You can't look up vaginal health, no search results show up. For a while, the hashtag Democrat didn't bring up any search results on all Meta platforms.
It was a
and
bug,
TikTok.
apparently.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, no, and I've seen a lot of other people.
Brian shot that.
It was not censorship.
a lot of other people have told me that their For You page is just, it's not right. People that I've experienced that you follow somebody, and just this week it happened to me. I followed someone earlier this week that was like giving a lot of updates on situations going on with all of the executive orders being signed. And I found another one of their videos today, and I wasn't following them. So people are being automatically unfollowed without the person actually unfollowing them.
It's a bug.
So they have to refollow.
Yeah, no,
there's been some suspicious activity over on TikTok here in the States.
It happened to YouTube too as well, but okay, so, sorry. Go on.
Oh yeah, it's good to hear confirmation from a person who actually, and not seeing not medias, because people can say what you want to get views and likes and all that. So, because
but how can you
Europe,
believe Becca though? Maybe she's also trying to get
she's my
views
friend.
and likes. You know, like
People
gotta be careful.
Unlike you.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of bugs and technical issues, has anyone had
Jump
any
puzzle.
problems with Steam this week?
No.
No.
I rarely ever get on Steam.
Because I had to uninstall everything because it wouldn't close down games. Like Task Manager didn't work, nothing worked. So
okay. So, are you on Windows?
yeah.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you know how to check the services, but sometimes the Steam service thing doesn't auto start, or like it's stopped or something, and that can actually do funky stuff to Steam.
Like I said, it works now.
Yeah, because
I just had to reinstall everything.
I mean, like next time it pops up, open Task Manager. You'll see like a services tab. Click on that, and then at the bottom there is open services. Go to that and look for Steam at the bottom ish. And you're able to like right click. Get it? Steam client service. Right click properties and make sure that the startup type is either automatic, or if you do manual, then you have to like manually start it again. So if it causes issues, just toggle that, and it should be. Yeah, I had something similar a while ago, whereby like it would just not start properly, or it would just not close properly, and it was so frustrating.
Like
I mean, like reinstalling works. But,
yeah, I just after spending hours trying to figure it out, looking online, it was useless. I just got annoyed with it and said, well, fuck it. I'd rather spend several hours re-downloading everything than fuck around with it.
Oh, also, you can have your library like separate from your Steam, so that if you do reinstall Steam, you can just like relink your already downloaded games. That can save you as well.
Yeah, I should probably do.
Yeah, like it's easy if, let's say, you want to have your games on a external hard drive, so that you're able to like switch it out to a different I don't know, like computer or whatever, without having to re-download. Yeah, I mean, like it's not important, but it can be like quite an issue if, let's say, you have like a 300 gig, 400 gig like library, and you're like re-downloading it. It's like, oh man, I have to.
Yeah, it was annoying, but it got done. But what were we talking about? Yeah, so generations that came after us, because they always had the influence of social media and, well, Facebook, shit like that. And because they, it's not that they don't interact like in person, it's just a lot of their interactions are online now. So some of them lack like interpersonal skills.
The metaverse,
yes.
bro.
I'm serious.
What? No
Like,
way
I am
you're serious. No way.
I am genuinely serious. It can be used not just for rehabilitation, but also as a, like, we already do it to some degree with like these MMO games, right? But we're not like fully immersed. Now imagine that ramped up to 11, right? Like actual full-on virtual experience where you're able to, okay, look at how prolific the Roblox community is, right? Like it fosters people to like they create really innovative games and spaces at a young age. They grow up, they have like runaway successes on Steam, right? That has happened to a lot of like devs that, oh, I made games in Roblox and then now like I have this public game on Steam, blah blah. Now imagine that with like full on, not just like gaming, but actual like general experiences being in the metaverse, like Second Life type of thing, right? But immersed. I feel like that is an actual future that will be there, but of course it will have a lot of issues, a lot of potential attachment problems that will pop up.
Serious question.
Yeah.
Which arc of Sword Art Online are we living in?
So okay, so personally speaking, I hated this. Okay, so I'm the one where they were like, you know, like the Elven arc or whatever, where she gets kidnapped. That one I wasn't really a fan per se. So like I'm talking about like the first season-ish of yeah, that first one, right?
Okay, because the Alfheim one, I did a very manly cry at the end.
Yeah, like that one was a bit rough.
That just hit me right in the feels.
Yeah.
Okay, I could live with that. Ooh, exciting news! If anyone watched or is an enjoyer of Alice in Borderlands.
Dude, I got Nephis to actually watch it. So okay.
Strange.
Okay, bye.
It's brilliant.
I have to go that it's after 2 a.m.
Goodbye.
Is your
Move
BF
to a real time zone.
Come again?
Is he?
I said nothing. I said nothing.
Brian, what did you say first?
Is he awake?
He just went to bed.
Oh, so is that why you're also going? Okay, I mean that's.
Well, it's after 2 a.m. I'm tired. I have been work today.
Okay. You just don't like us
Do
anymore.
not let him pester you.
No.
I know that Brian
I
was
can mute
trying
him.
to
I can
stay.
server mute him for you.
I have reformed. I told you. But okay.
Well,
do you have
see
work
you
now
next-
or school tomorrow?
Let her go to bed.
This is just like a general goodbyes, right? You don't just end it abruptly. Okay.
Well, I am free on weekends now.
Weekends? Okay, good. So you'll be good for movie club as well.
Yes, but not all. It's Fridays
Not
when I
all of
start to
that,
work
okay.
weekends.
Okay. That's what I was checking.
Have a good night, Crystal.
Thank you. See you next week, maybe. Goodbye and night.
Adios.
Good night.
Good night.
I was getting food. I got some munching now.
What you eating? What's on the menu?
Flautas.
Wait, what? Sorry?
Flautas.
Chicken flautas.
Oh.
What?
You had me
That's
chicken.
Mexican food.
Chicken flauta?
Flautas.
Yeah.
Where?
What's that?
Where from?
Like
Taco Bell?
There's Don Taco, just local Mexican place.
Never heard of it.
Ah.
That would be because it's local.
No. I mean, what was this food item?
Flautas? You've never heard of
almost
flautas?
I've never heard of flauta.
Yeah, it's like tortilla or chicken stuffed in tortilla, wrapped and fried.
So it's a chicken wrap.
Kind of.
No,
Yeah, kind of.
Exactly.
Way to mess with.
Like a roll wrapped. I don't know.
No.
It's usually
So
a
Garrett,
corn
right here.
tortilla, right? Not a flour tortilla.
This one's flour.
Well, season
So I
3,
like
Alice in
dipping in the
Borderlands.
Wait, is it out?
No, it's this year.
Oh, this year. Okay.
And I am very excited. I've waited ages for this.
It was so
So
lame.
Casper has. Okay, wait. Casper, I'll speak on your behalf. Right? So he has
Stop
he has
talking.
he has reservations. Oh, okay. You know what? I don't want to spoil it, so it's very vague. But he enjoyed certain games, but he has reservations off of the decision making of certain characters. It's to a certain point. Am I wrong?
I think it was just kind of lame in the end.
Okay, so that's the thing, right? Like, you feel. Okay, I don't to spoil it, but yeah, like, I know why you don't like that part, but the games though, like, there's certain games where he like. Yeah, I'm excited.
Also
Bunny.
saying good night.
Good night, Shinzu.
Have a good one.
Night, Shinzu.
Okay, good sir.
Bye bye.
Buenos noches.
Buenos nachos.
It's guten Nacht. Guten Abend.
Well, I don't know if they're going to make this, but I very much enjoyed it. It's on Netflix. It's called All of Us Are Dead.
We also watched that.
I thought that was brilliant.
Bunny, watch the 8 show. The 8 show. All of Us Are Dead.
We watched that. It's a Japanese one.
Oh, okay, I remember.
Wait, no, is it Korean? It's Korean, right?
Yeah, it's Korean.
They're all melding together now.
Bruh.
That one was also lame.
Bunny, watch the 8 show. The 8 show.
I showed
It's
Becca
on-
that, but we decided not to
I'm
watch it
watching.
because it's a Brian recommendation.
No, watch up until the second episode. It's literally what you guys talked about. Like, there was a conversation you and Becker were having, right? And I was like, this is literally the 8 show. And I think I told you back then when it first popped up. But like, you were having a conversation about like a specific scenario, and I'm like, this is literally what they're talking about, and it's so hard not to spoil it. But you guys had
sound like you're about to have an aneurysm.
I'm just saying.
Type it in the chat. How do you say it?
I was just saying, you guys had this thought experiment yourselves. You were having like this
What was the thought
convo, and like,
experiment?
this is. I don't want to say it per se, but it's like.
Okay, if it's something that Casper and I were talking about, then
You
then
talked
just
about,
fucking
yeah.
say it.
Okay, so it involves people being in certain rooms, and each room has like almost a class-like structure.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Squid Game.
Well, it's kind of like Squid Game kind, but like you can win money if you don't like quit being in the room. Like, there is no threats of violence. There's no death game.
Sounds
But
like a milder Squid Game.
no. That's what I thought as well. I was like, oh, like, so there is no stakes. But you have to be a lawyer when you listen to the rules, because the rules are worded in a way where what it says does not necessarily mean that's how things play out, right? So it's like when they say understand the fine print, understand what is actually allowed, right? It's much broader than you think, right? So like, if you don't take the rules at face value, you realize that, oh, I can abuse the loopholes, and that's how the story plays out, right? So like, it's one of the things I think you will like it once it wraps up. Like, once they
don't
get
trust
like
anything you say after you would like, because you don't know. You're wrong 99% of the time.
you had this thought experiment, and the only thing that you're upset about, right, the kaiji thing one, I told you, I prefaced that recommendation to say, first of all, I'm talking about the specific games, right? Like, especially the rock paper scissors one, the one in the
You also strongly
ship.
recommended Squid Games, and I don't like it.
I recommend
I still
Squid Game.
got roped into watching season 2.
Okay, so with Squid Game, like, some people don't like. I think the stakes, the tensions, most people don't experience that from their regular show. So it's like a novel experience for most. So that's why I recommended it, because I felt like you'd have like a different view. If that's not your cup of tea and you want like more of, I don't know, like a specific genre, that's fine. You know, like you can't win them all, right?
No, well, I'm currently halfway through watching Delicious in Dungeon.
How long are they like?
I am. It made me happy smile.
I'm so ready.
That's a good one.
episodes to come out.
I was genuinely happy about watching that. But like when it comes to Squid Game, I haven't watched it because it gives me the Breaking Bad effect.
It's really not all it is hyped up to be, honestly.
That's the Breaking Bad effect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I also didn't think it was all it was hyped up to be.
It was,
Don't
the premise
take
was
it
good.
like that.
The premise was good, and you could understand his rationale to begin with. Like, you could empathize. Like, he was a real person.
Yeah,
right?
and then it just went off the fucking rails.
That's where it got me. I was like, no, this is, like, I empathize. Like, this is where good writing comes in. It's something we severely lack nowadays. In a lot of media.
People forget Squid Game is the K-drama.
No, I
So it gets absurd. There's absurdism for sure in K-dramas.
No, see, I enjoy that in K-dramas and stuff because I know some of it is hyper.
You just heard Fish Tank. What's Fish Tank? That's all it says.
Fish tank.
Yeah, I don't know what a fish tank is.
I don't know. Who said fish tank?
Zod in chat.
I don't think you should
okay.
take those shows from like the ultra hype, because like there are also some people that hype up the show, but that's because like they don't really watch much outside of like their little like comfort shows.
Yeah,
So
like,
they're like a lot more like shaken from like
this
new
is something that the internet, the social media environment does really ruin some programs because you know so much about it and you've already made your views up based on what you've heard. No, the books, like first few seasons, really good. You know, the writing was good, it was quick, like you felt something for characters, but it just got progressively worse.
Do you know the scene I liked though? The one where Arya tries to stab the Hound and then he says armor. Because it just showed that armor is a legit thing. Like none of this whole like one easy like swoop of the sword and the guy falls down dead. No, like literally there is armor. It's tough to try to like hurt someone, blah blah. That one was like peak Game of Thrones. And then afterwards it's like people teleporting like hundreds of miles in the span of like one like scene, like running in the freezing cold to like go warn people at the wall, whatever, and then running back, and like the dangers of going from the north down to like King's Landing. People would get ambushed. There were bandits. There were all these things. All those just disappeared. You know, it's like, oh my god. You know what I mean?
It's just bad writing. It's terrible pacing, bad writing. I mean, you can't really do anything about that, Elena.
They phoned it in after they got money, like too much money, too many offers from Netflix and Disney and all that, and like, you know what, we just want to get it over with, you know. So. It's a shame.
No, like I do think social media does overly, because obviously, you know, media companies, you know, they buy their loyalty and they promote their whatever it is, and sometimes it works, other times the project utterly fails for whatever reason.
I think also one thing you have to consider though, Bunny, because like I have the same issue with Netflix exclusives, right? Like back in the day when Netflix released the show, I'm talking about like early like 2010s, like when they were doing like House of Cards and you know whatever, right? You would be like, it almost felt like peak HBO type show, because they would throw like a lot of money and they would like have it actually cook. But then they realized that it wasn't good for the books, right? Like they could make the same amount, if not more money, and save a lot if they just like threw a lot of shows at the wall, see what stuck. If it doesn't stick, kill it after like the first or two seasons, right? Because unfortunately, that's what makes fun.
At the minute, it has lots and lots and lots of K-dramas on.
Oh yeah. But they license those, no? Like it's not them like in-house actually like being like a.
No, some of them are Netflix made.
Oh really? Okay.
Some are enjoyable. Some I'm just like, eh. But I do think social media does ruin like the anticipation of wanting to watch something. Because somebody says, "Oh, this is the best thing since sliced bread," and somebody else is like, "Oh no, it's shit."
So like the reviewers and because like you would have some, for example, right, the Fallout show. No spoilers. I love
spoilers, right? Me personally.
Yeah.
I mean,
I really enjoyed that one.
I enjoyed this show. However, there'll be people there that feel like the show did not honor the source material, blah blah, and they would have like qualms over certain like details. I thought like you shouldn't take the show as like absolute gospel, and then you'll enjoy it a lot more, right? But then you'll have people that made up their minds to essentially hate the show because of those inconsistencies.
Yeah, it's silly bias, but it's like I'm a fan of Fallout, but I went into like they captured
the spirit.
They captured the idea of Fallout, and it was very hello.
Hey Jenna.
They captured the essence, shall we say, and I do think Ella Purnell is very pretty.
Her eyes is like a bunny. Yeah.
I think she's very pretty. And she's English. And she has no filter at all, which is hilarious.
Wait, hold on. Wasn't she up to win like multiple awards? But there was a game that was, I think a game was, or like a show thingy where she was in both. So either, if either of those won, she, what was it called?
I think I mean, I think they'll do well with Fallout. But when they do adaptations, I'm not going to
Halo was amazing.
No, fuck off.
This is where I usually rant about Wheel of Time, but I'm not going to do it this time.
I don't know anyone who liked the adaptation, honestly.
It's because it's if you've read the books.
Yeah, I read the books.
It's nothing like it at all, not even close. It's so disrespectful's not the word. It's like they didn't. It's like they got the ideas from a fanfic of a fanfic of a fanfic of a fanfic, and that's what they're basing it on. There's a reason it's a very beloved series, because it's authentic in what it says, and you empathize with characters.
Have y'all seen Mr. Robot?
Yes. I watched it. Okay.
I just finished the first season last
as it came out, and I personally
I feel
enjoyed
like
it.
you really like that show.
I mean, it's been on my it's the Breaking Bad effect.
Don't listen to the hype. Just go in with like an open mind and like.
You remind me of one of the characters.
How so?
Brian?
No. Bunny.
The Christian Slater character.
Yeah. His characters.
Broken Arrow Christian Slater or True Romance Christian Slater?
True Romance.
True Romance, yeah.
Okay. I can live with that.
This main quest is so bad.
in that show.
Here. Well, here's a good film. Long Kiss Goodnight.
I want to watch. I want to watch 2 movies with Becca. I've been thinking about them in the back of my mind.
What type of genres are you thinking?
Why do I always find this shit out in public settings?
Oh, I was gonna tell you later tonight.
Why not? It's book club. I thought we were a family, Becca. What's going on?
Well,
from online stuff.
can we find out, please? Because now I'm
Have you seen Shogun? Yes.
I would also like to
Shogun, yes, I have. Shogun's amazing.
It's good, yeah.
I think the costuming was pretty accurate. I think there were some weird subplots that were not historically accurate.
No. The costume,
it's based on historical fiction.
No. There was some footwear that was incorrect.
Oh, who cares?
I mean, dude, I saw like an actual rant someone had about like the footwear being wrong, and I was like,
I mean, overall, as an adaptation, or as close to an adaptation as you can get, like Shogun was brilliant.
Blue balled by that show, to be honest.
I mean, right? They have, like in interviews, like they have been asked if they're going to do like a season 2 or another story in that universe, and they're like, if there's enough interest, we'll see. So if they can match what they did with Shogun or exceed it, I'd watch it.
Yeah, like
because I think they got the feeling, like you were
immersed in it.
That's the word.
They got a lot of things right, but I know it's based on historical fiction, so historically, I think they got a lot of things wrong.
But is it as egregious as Marco Polo, your favorite?
No, Marco Polo was terrible.
Wow. Okay, so I have a soft spot for Marco Polo.
Because it was the big Netflix hit.
Not just that, right? Like, there was a lot of well, like, for example, what's it called? The Lady Kokojin. And also, what's the name? The Benedict's guy, the one who's in Doctor Strange, the one who's
Benedict Cumberbatch? Batch?
No, the other one, Benedict Wong. Yes.
Oh, yeah. He was Kublai.
The Khan. Yeah.
Like that was right. My opinion on Marco Polo is they tried to what was is it Spartacus? The Spartacus.
I watched Spartacus as well. Oh my god.
They Spartacus. They just did Spartacus, but with Mongolians and shit. Like that's what they tried. They tried to get that, I think. And I mean, visually it looked good. Like there was good bits, bad bits.
It lost Netflix a lot of money. I think they spent like 200 mil on that show, and they were like, yeah, no, this is too much. But it lost them a lot of money, and I think also that's when they started shifting from being like high production, like quality, to just being like more like a cheaper show.
I mean, the thing is, like, you don't have to have like high production to have something good. Like the Blair Witch Project, for example.
Yeah, that's like a one-off.
You mean a one-off?
What? What do you mean not a one-off?
But that's the other one. That's
Godzilla -1.
Yeah, Godzilla doesn't make, dude, like that actually I felt so emotionally attached to how the story was going.
Like
in that, you know. Like,
I mean, if you have a good idea and you have like good writers and you are able to, you know, transfer that into a screenplay, and you're able to bounce your ideas off people and get it to feel real, because that's essentially what we as the consumer is looking for. We're looking for something we can be a part of. I think it's the best way to put it.
Yeah,
and we want to feel the immersion. We don't want to be told. We want to experience it.
Yeah, you definitely sound like that character from Mr. Robot.
What, idiotic, handsome.
You have to watch the show now.
I've had my Remy Malek fix this week. I watched Bohemian Rhapsody again.
Oh, okay.
The only issue I have with that film is they didn't do the entire 20-minute set at the end.
Also, Bunny, for Ella Purnell, I remember the thing that she was winning, like in category, was video game adaptation. So it was either Fallout or Arcane, and she was head in both. So you know, like either way, she wins.
I mean, Arcane season 2 wasn't as season 1.
I liked season 1 more personally.
That's the general consensus.
Season 2 felt rushed.
It squeezed.
I think it would have been fine story-wise if they'd split it into like a 4th act instead of trying to do 3 acts again.
Yeah, it felt a bit squeezed, rushed, not communicated very well. But like when you're doing stuff like that,
yeah, they didn't make any like blunders. But it was
nothing that can't be smoothed over. Like if they're smart about it. Like last year, there was plenty of crap that came out. War of the Rohirrim.
High quality. Huh? Which one? Sorry.
War of the Rohirrim.
Oh wait, was that the animated Lord of the Rings thing?
I heard it was good.
Yeah. You think?
I heard it was good.
I haven't watched it.
I don't think I've heard a good thing about a Lord of the Rings property since The Return of the King came out.
I mean, it's really hard to follow, to be honest. Like, I enjoyed The Hobbit, it was nice being in the world again.
Have you seen the fan recut of The Hobbit that squeezes all 3 movies down to one 3-hour movie?
No.
I need that, cause I got dragged to like a marathon watch along prior, and those things can get exhausted. You know what I mean? Like the lead up of like some new like property. He's like, oh, let's marathon all of these previous ones first, you know?
Right. I finally remember what I was going to say about the media hyping stuff up. Did anyone watch The Acolyte?
Nope.
Okay, so I watched the trailer and I was interested because the guy from Squid Game was in it, and then also the guy from I don't know, the Happy Place or whatever his name is.
The Good Place.
Jason from there.
The Good
Place, yeah.
The Good Place is brilliant.
Jason's in.
Yeah, Jason Mendoza.
I was like,
from Jackson.
Yeah. So like I was like, okay, I'm interested. But then I heard like, was it the Red something production? Those 2 guys, what are they called? Red Letter Me? I don't know, but they
butchered everything.
Okay, yeah, like I was worried.
But all the, and I'm doing air quotes here, which you can't see, critics, they were like, oh, it's the best thing ever, it's the best Star Wars ever. And people are like, it is not good. Like, I'm pretty sure, I think Skeleton Crew's just beat it to the lowest ever Star Wars thing. Or it's lower than Skeleton Crew, but Skeleton Crew's for kids. But like that's like The Acolyte, like it cost like I think it was like 200 million to make, or something stupid like that, and it did so bad.
How about Kenobi? right? Like to me, I watched them as a comedy.
It did
right?
worse than Kenobi.
Okay. Okay. Well.
What's wrong with all these Star Wars spin-offs? I still have not watched
stayed-
Andor, whatever it is that
It's
you
because-
Watch Andor, dude. I'm telling you
Okay.
to watch it. I've been telling you for like the past.
Everyone's been telling me to watch it. I'm
Yes,
just like,
that one. Yes.
Watch Andor.
okay.
I
Yes.
think the problem is the same as the problem with all the Marvel spin-offs currently, in that the franchise is just tired.
Perfect time.
Yeah,
Sure.
and they
You can only
conveniently
do so much.
As requested, our
like the
presence
Marvel
in the
stuff.
phone.
Yeah, like there was
We couldn't
like
have held off the
we had a
monster
build up,
I'm sure the Queen wants
Like,
to thank you personally.
and
Sundays,
A year ago,
everybody
nobody
was
would have
ready
let a
for
survivor set
Endgame.
foot in the Queen's
Like that was it. It was like yeah.
It was a
Like-
natural climax to stop the franchise, and then
Yeah,
it just
they should have done.
droned on.
You know, they should have carried on. You know, finish out Guardians of the Galaxy and then stop for a bit. Huh? But they didn't.
Yeah. I remember the Marvel, like, I don't know what they call it, but where they announced, like, their roadmap and timeline, and they had, like, 30, 35, 40 different, like, shows and sub-shows, and I was like, dude, this is a shit ton.
Yeah,
like, what the hell?
And
Like,
then you
no
have
one's
to
gonna
watch
have
like
time.
all of them, or you don't
Yeah, to
understand
put-
something in
Yeah.
the other. They link them
Exactly.
together too much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was like,
was
this is
that was a. I mean, it was a really good idea, but again,
Yeah,
they should
and
have
it
tied
worked
it up
perfectly once.
up to Endgame. It worked up to Endgame.
Exactly.
And then they should have just let it rest for a little bit, and then restart it sometime down the line. You know, and then have all your other characters that you want to bring in. Fantastic, but they
I
just
think-
carried
yeah.
on and.
The real conclusion is Marvel Rivals ranked. Yep.
I haven't played Marvel Rivals yet.
Oh,
hit
you
diamond.
should.
Your boy did hit diamond.
You did?
Oh,
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah.
Yo, you should play ranked with
been
us. What the
playing
fuck?
I'm a Hulk main. It's crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna play some ranked, I think, soon, actually, if you want to play.
I'm about to play Phasma with my friend joins the call.
Alright, I'll ping you next time.
I say I've been playing Elden Ring.
Elden Ring, hell yeah, dude. The Night Ring's coming.
I
I'm
had
cautiously optimistic.
I was fully erect when
Cautiously?
they announced that. I was like,
It's gonna be like very different
How do I get over here?
in a lot of ways from FromSoft's usual fare.
Yeah.
it's
They've
going
never
to be,
disappointed us yet, but there's inevitably going to be a first time.
Nah. They will never do anything wrong. Trust, believe,
Miyazaki
full forward,
is
go
God.
all in. Yeah, exactly.
Aren't they being bought out by Sony?
I hope not.
That would be devastating, bruh. No way.
I hope not. But yeah, Night Rain. I am very excited. Because it's going to be as punishing as any Souls game. And they're bringing bosses from different games.
Yeah, I'll
in.
like help Levy.
I mean, in the trailer they showed, Nameless King was there.
Yeah, from Dark
which
Souls
I
3.
love fighting. Yeah, I love fighting Nameless
Oh my god, spoilers from the trailer. Oh my god.
I hated him. I think he was the worst boss. I didn't even finish him. He was the only boss I didn't finish.
Really? Is
He
it
was
not
terrible.
a skill issue, Mr. Streamer?
No, I think the difficulty of that
sounds like a skill
fight
issue.
lies in the camera. That's it.
The
Like, the
camera, issue is why I
camera-
hate Golden Hippo from the DLC.
The camera
Yes.
is like, if that's the difficulty element, I'm not interested. I really am not.
Like I said, for Nameless King, don't lock on.
Yeah, Nameless King's not bad as far as camera goes. There's a lot worse.
No, I
bosses.
think it was the worst for me in Dark Souls 3, like straight up. It was like so bad, it caused me a headache, bro. Like, what the fuck was that shit? I don't
Did I
know.
have most trouble in Dark Souls 3?
But Near the Vista by Watcher's Hollow. Near the Vista by Watcher's Hollow. Okay.
Can't think of a boss that really gave me too much trouble.
I spent 8 hours on Gargoyles and played Dark Souls again. Could never beat the first boss. Couldn't beat the first boss in Elden Ring either.
You should use Musk's build.
Double shield.
I'm just saying.
Wait, where the hell?
To be fair, like, it's... I mean, Bleed took a nerf, but it's still really potent. So... all you need to go is go and get the Nagakiba.
So I want to get into it because I love George R.R. Martin.
I mean, he fucked on that. Like, he did like, the writing is nice. The storytelling is really nice.
Near the Vista. Oh,
I mean, yeah, getting stuff in Elden Rings. Yeah, it's.
I play shooters. I play Counter-Strike.
How did we get there in the first place? What the fuck?
I mean, right.
Oh.
The only issue I had initially with Elden Ring was the pacing of the enemy attacks, because it's slower than Dark Souls. Like, everything's slightly exaggerated.
Night Rain looks like Sekiro speed almost.
Yeah, it looks.
Which is going to be very interesting. Dark Souls move sets with Sekiro speed.
Well, it's Sekiro speed, Bloodborne's dodging.
Yeah, or at least Bloodborne's dodging on the one character. It sounds like the characters are going to have differences beyond just what you equip.
Yeah, they're basically going to be like a set character that, you know, you just grab your equipment for and, you know, go and fight bosses until you get to the
Can't
to the
try with that mentor tag. I forget how I got up there.
That's the one part
What the
I'm
hell?
cautious on, because I'm very much a build micromanager.
It goes straight here.
So how much lasting value I get of Night Rain is going to be based on how much actual customization there is within the individual classes, if that makes sense.
Well, they need to release some more stuff.
Yeah.
They didn't play test on Valentine's Day or some shit.
Only if you're on PS4.
Oh.
God damn it, Sony! What the hell? Bruh.
I think I ported up there.
From what they said,
actually, it might include Xbox as well, but it's definitely not PC.
Yeah, it's not definitely not PC. From what, if I remember correctly, what they said is each time you like, I mean, parachute in, for want of a better word, like it's always going to be different. Like dependent on what character or what you're looking for. Because you only have so much time before you have to go and fight the boss. So, you know, you have to be a bit strategic about where you go first to get equipped, who needs what, and, you know. So there's going to be an element of strategy to it as well, and knowing the area. So that's quite cool. I mean, I played some First Descendant as well.
I played like 5 minutes of that game. I played too much Warframe to get into another game of that style.
Have you seen Soulframe?
I have not spent too much time in it, but I'm in the beta or alpha or whatever they're calling it.
Oh, what was the game? I saw a trailer for
Wukong?
Not Wukong. Wu Chang.
Wu Chang.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
It looks phenomenal.
That's one I've never heard of.
Was it yesterday I saw the trailer for it? It wasn't on the Xbox thing. Ooh. If anyone watched the Xbox reveal yesterday, the new Doom.
Yeah, Doom looks nice.
Doom looks really fun.
I requested the key today, actually.
I mean, all of what they, what was the semi turn-based action RPG. Can't remember what it was called, but it looked really good.
Oh, Clear Obscure Expedition 33.
Yeah, that.
Yeah,
That
I'm gonna
looks
play
really
that one
good.
as well.
And the one that's set in the Deep South, that visually the art style reminds me of something, but I like the idea of it. Looking into the lore of the Deep South. That, like, visually I'm like, not sure. What little dialogue they had, I wasn't excited, but like, I like the idea of it.
Thank you, Levy.
I mean, I think I might wait for some reviews on that one about how good the story is. But I like the idea of the exploring the Deep South, and so there's like the magical stuff about it, like the lore. That seems very cool.
Hello,
yeah.
Evans.
Sorry.
No, I'm just reading chat.
Oh, I see my friend.
We're finishing episode 4. All right, see you in a bit.
I will be back next week.
Yeah, or Marvel Rivals.
Oh yeah,
we got a lot of people playing ranked in here.
Well, adios, amigos.
See you in a bit.
Y'all have a good one.
Enjoy your tortilla.
Thank you.
Not a tortilla.
Oh my god, are you gonna say it's a chicken sandwich as well? Just because.
No, it was
Is it a breast or breaded patty?
I say if it has buns, then it's a burger. Okay,
By the way,
it has
Brian,
burger.
I read that article about those 10 New Zealand youths. That seems pretty sus, considering even the ministers doesn't know the details of the program. He was like, Squid Game.
Okay.
What the fuck? No one's gonna care, because they're criminals.
No, but like it's a trial program, so
Yeah, it's a
and
pilot
there are
program.
there are a lot of detractors from it. I think actually there was an update that I saw like later last year, where I think someone was injured or something. There's like some big issue that happened, and it was like all over the news.
So we're gonna find out in 10 years it's basically literally Battle Royale?
Yeah.
Probably,
It's just a
yeah,
documentary.
probably.
Yeah, it was a frustrating POI.
And it's like
We let loose 10 teenagers in the middle of nowhere on the North Island.
You kid, but like my sister lives near that place, so like she's actually worried.
When Codicus is desperate, he's dangerous.
Well, if anyone would know about that. Logan, take the Seraph and make sure no one slips out the front. We'll remove the disease surge.
Would I like to watch a real-life battle royale?
I think most people would, even if they don't admit it. Honestly, I would love to participate
If I
in it.
hated the participants enough, maybe.
I would love to participate in one.
The only reason why I go to the circus is I want to see something go wrong, horribly wrong. Like I
What?
want to see the lions like up mauling. I want to see people like trip and fall from those like tight ropes. That's why I go to
Okay,
the circus.
President
And like
Snow, calm down.
I'm sure most people have that same like inclination of like I wonder what will happen. You know, like
I feel like you go to the circus with
kinda, like-
kids, though, right? Like,
Alright, the circus thing I sort of understand, but I don't want to see them fall. I want to see them on the trapeze, and I want them to shit themselves.
What?
As the jump.
Oh yeah.
And it just because it'd be funnier than them falling. So I wouldn't want them to get hurt. It'd just be it'd just be really funny.
Interesting proposition, Commander, but I think I have
Front row splashes,
General
just have.
Yeah.
position of pact marshal.
It's very childish, I am aware.
Well, first, I didn't think it was for me, but
everyone sees the funny of it.
Well, my eyes were open.
I hope. I mean, real life battle
Her
royale.
Majesty has always been the kind of person to do things her own way.
I mean, even if it's like a non-lethal version, as long as it's not scripted. Like, the one thing I don't like is if it's like a reality TV type, because then it's like, oh, like, how do I know the... Because, like, real life, there will be like a lot of like rawness to it that is not necessarily good for TV. You know what I mean? So...
But you'd get a... Is it Lord of the Flies situation?
Lord of the...
Like, unless they knew what they were there for.
I don't like that. I want them to... Okay, so like, there was this show I watched where the whole premise relied on them not knowing the actual truth of the show. So when they signed the release waiver and all those, you know, like those appearance rights, blah, 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 it was under a show, but it wasn't like the actual main point of the show. So probably like a battle royale. To get them in, you'll have to do that if you want like authentic experience, right? Because then it's just almost like, did something go wrong? Now I have to survive. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah.
I mean, it would essentially just be Hunger Games.
I think Hunger Games gonna rip off that Japanese one. What was it?
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale. Yeah.
Basically everything rips off Battle Royale if it's in that genre.
I mean,
it's... Yeah,
would I want to watch it?
Watch the 8 show first.
I mean,
it's short. It's only like 6, 7, 8.
There are some hidden tunnels that'll bring us up.
I mean, it's the car crash theory.
The what?
Where like you can't look away, like you can't help but look, you know what I mean? Like everyone slows down at a car crash just to like look at the carnage, you know.
Like people can't help but look at devastation.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I feel like more people look away and ignore it. Especially if it's an inconvenience to their reality or some shit, you know what I mean?
It might be squeamish, maybe, but like it's almost like seeing someone like, okay, for example, right? Let's use lolcows or whatever, right? Like when you see like a public figure that used to be high and mighty just come crashing down, and you can't help but like watch their downfall, right? Like there are a lot of people that enjoy, well, not enjoy, but like they can't help but like look at that, you know what I mean?
Subterfuge, Commander.
As well.
I enjoy that Silvari's snark.
Yeah, people have like a morbid fascination with it. It's
if Clattuc is harmed,
they're not enjoying it, but
this mission is bigger than one soldier.
They also can't not look. I mean, there are obvious limits, but like like I said, it's the car crash theory of, you know, if you drive by an accident, you slow down to look. Like you don't even know what you're looking for. You just want to look. And then, you know, you chastise yourself if you look and you see somebody dead or something, you'd be like, oh, I'm a terrible person. But if you drove past another accident, you'd look again. Like it's not a. I don't think it's an inherently bad thing. I think it's just a morbid curiosity.
I do that for like workplace accidents because then it makes me be a lot more like aware of my mortality, right? Because like it's so easy to get lost in like the euphoria of being alive.
Euphoria.
No, like seriously, like. You don't realize like how dangerous life can be, especially if you're in like a workplace environment. Accident. Once you watch one of those videos, it like snaps you back into reality. You know?
Mom spaghetti.
A good example of that is how little so many people think about how dangerous forklifts are.
Yeah,
like those things weigh like 4 times as much as the average car, even when they're just those little teeny go-kart sized ones.
God.
Because they have so much counterweight.
Yeah. And even like the pallets that they're carrying or whatever, like all these like things that you just don't have like this sense of dread in you, and then you like start doing things, taking shortcuts, you know what I mean? So like those videos I sometimes need to watch if I am going to a place that I know that I might be too carefree, because it just like keeps me in check. Like, hey, life isn't some like, you're not the main character, you don't have plot armor, you know what I mean? Like, this can easily happen. Like, these people had like 10 years experience and they still made mistakes. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. So, yeah, for me, I use those for like survival to like pick up that survival instinct in me, you know what I mean? Of like, oh no, everything could hurt me. Yeah.
You're very situationally aware.
Yeah.
I mean, I've over 25 years cutting meat up for a living. Like, I'm very well trained, but I've stabbed myself more than once. Not on purpose, obviously.
Really?
Yeah, I have a couple of scars on my hands from cutting fish. I used to work in the fishing industry, yeah. It's inevitable.
Yeah. Like, you know, Michelin star chefs still burn themselves.
Yep.
You know, world-class programmers still get hacked.
Oh yeah, I did.
You know, like, if you genuinely do think you are the main character and you have plot armor, like, you are your own worst enemy.
Yeah,
I have plot armor, except
you have
when it comes to gambling.
Okay, dude, it's always the next one, all right? Like,
Okay,
always
buddy.
the next one. Like, look, just
I
think
have this
about.
creeping suspicion I am a gambler. Not like the good kind, but you know what I mean? Yeah, sure. No, like I've never like done anything or gone all out or whatever. I just have this sneaking suspicion somewhere deep within. I'm the kind of guy who would not stop gambling, so which is why I don't gamble. You know what I mean?
I say
I've never tested it, but like, you know what I mean? You just kind of know.
People are mistake.
Here, I can pick the lock.
Well, no, are mistakenly fooled into thinking they're good at gambling. When gambling it helps if you understand statistical analysis.
What the?
Blackjack.
You also don't have plot armor when it comes to website development, console PvP enthusiasts, and community managers.
It does help.
True, very true, Six.
And you need impulse control.
Hello, Commander. If you'd be so kind as to help me kill the rest of
Like, if you want to make money gambling, you need impulse control.
Sure. So I don't have impulse control. It's just like I feel like if I was given a chance, you know what I mean? It would just like avalanche.
What's the most you have lost?
Huh?
What's the most amount you have lost?
Like money?
Yeah.
I cannot tell you. I just don't gamble.
Mine, and I'm not a gambler. I don't really gamble, but the most I've lost in one go was 5K.
5,000 New Zealand dollars or 5,000 US dollars?
It was US dollars.
Okay, alright.
I'm
Is
not
this
a gambler.
crypto or?
And no. This is actual like
casino.
Blackjack.
I see.
Blackjack, yeah. It's like it helped me realize that
It's going
it's
great.
not like
Thanks for asking.
the house always wins, man. Like it's not worth it. And if you find a way to like reduce the house odds, you get kicked out anyway. So it's like no. You know what
I mean,
That all of them?
this $5,000.
Looks clear.
Was that like winning?
It was play money at that time. So this was like some time ago. It was like play money, but I would have like I think back and like, oh man, imagine all the upgrades I could have bought for my computer. You know what I mean? Fuck me, man. Like, yeah. Then you start like having all these regrets because it's like, oh shit, I could have used it for other stuff.
Yeah, but you learned something.
Yeah,
You're not good at gambling.
But you could have made 10,000 and gotten 2 computers.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, dude. I was thinking I'll just win once and then that's it, bro. And then I'm good. I just take it out. And then if you lose once, you're like, oh, you know what? I just have to break even now. You know, I just need to get it back, and then I'm good. And then, and you know what I mean?
It's always the next one, Mr. Developer.
Yeah.
Dude, okay. I stop. I don't do it because like for me, I don't think it's worth it. I feel like you can make the same amount just investing in like riskier assets that are not like completely against you, like how gambling is. So for example, right, you can buy like certain high risk stocks, right? And at the end of the day, you won't really like end up with 0. You might end up with like minus 50%, sure, but like with gambling, you can end up with 0. Because
with
like
stocks, no one is conspiring against you like the casino.
Oh.
Everybody
there's
wants
the conspiracy
number
theory,
to go
right?
up.
I mean, yeah, except if you're like too successful, like how the whole GameStop movement was about to start liquidating like certain trading firms, and then all of a sudden, oh no, like the underwriter for Robinhood has to have us to like stop all these purchases and all blah blah blah. You know what I mean? So
That shit was insane, honestly.
they cheated, bro. They literally
No, that was
cheated.
cheating. That was cheating.
Yeah, that was cheating. Yeah, like no.
But it was legal.
Can't do that. But yeah, like once you see that you can get similar outsized returns without risking going to 0, then you just don't see the point in gambling.
Yeah, like crypto, bro.
Like gambling.
You see that meme I sent you?
Even that
is, I mean, even with stocks and stuff, there's still the risk factor.
No, it's gambling.
Yeah. Yeah, but like
and you are gambling, but it's
not like 0
safer.
to hero. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It's what
Workers from
I think this is correct, but some guy in the US bet that Trump would win all the swing states, and I think he won like 80 million.
Oh yeah.
Like
poly market.
Like that's a big bet. Like so Luck has like you could have all the statistics, all the variables, you know everything top to bottom, but Luck ultimately is going to play the largest part.
First seraph to cross us will be devoured.
I mean, for me, I actually hopped on Polymarket and I bet on Mike Tyson. But the good thing about Polymarket, no. The good thing about Polymarket is that the bets are still open like during the actual fight, right? So then, like as soon as I saw like the butt crack shot, I closed my position and I was actually in profit for like $5. I was like, okay, no, this thing is like, this is not serious.
It's rigged.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm out of here, and I was so grateful because then I was like, oh shit. Like,
I wonder how much he got.
Well, Tyson.
I think
Yeah, Tyson. 30 million?
Yeah.
So you grew for 30 million? God damn.
I mean,
I don't think he fully threw per se. I think he just didn't really take it fully seriously, like hardcore training. Plus also the injury as well. So it wasn't really like an even footing type of fight. You know what
I mean, it wasn't even anyway. You know, Tyson's 50. Was 58. Jake Paul's what, 28?
Logan's moving.
No, he's like 30 something. 31.
No.
I mean, no.
Jake Paul is younger than me.
Yeah, Jake Paul's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
His
like brother is like my age.
Jake Paul's not the worst boxer ever. He's not in the same class as Tyson, even at Tyson's age.
He did have the reach, I think, advantage.
Yeah,
so he could just keep his distance and try to tire him out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But like Tyson's, if you've ever watched any Tyson fights, Tyson's signature thing is to get inside and that's it, it's done. Like, that was his thing. Like, because he was so fast. Like, he would be inside your guard and that, just game over. Like,
I still think he drew.
Oh,
I mean,
he definitely threw. Like that.
He had the knee injury though. You know,
Oh my
don't
God.
forget. No, like he was kind of hard to like. You saw him like he couldn't.
Yeah, but you
like,
get
rush
tanked
up
there and just fucking. You know what I
They
mean?
could
Like,
tank it, yeah, but then at that point, like Jake wins on points, right? Because
Yeah,
he has
Tyson would have.
reach. So.
Tyson would have knocked him out. If that was a legitimate fight, Tyson would have just gone for a knockout straight away. Like, it wouldn't have been a question.
You have to stop.
Like I said, Jake Paul's not bad. I mean, but
I
even
think
Tyson at his age, like if that was a real fight, like an actual real fight, yeah, Jake Paul would have give as good as he could, but
I think also they had like heavier gloves or lighter gloves. I'm not sure. There's like some discrepancy with the actual weight of the gloves too, and
yeah, like it was just a it was a money spin, and it was a really good money spin.
Dude, the lag from Netflix, like buffering, that was so bad.
No, like the previous the fights before them.
Oh, that lady, she was robbed. What's her
she
name?
was,
I don't know. She was 100% robbed, dude. I was like, this is so unfair. She was getting fouled and all that. And
like the fight before them, that was good. But no, like as you get older, you might lose like your movement, but you don't lose your power.
isn't this stat then to just tire them out then, right? Like if you know that a KO is a danger, you just like tire them out and then just like land small hits just for points. Like you aim for points.
Yes, I was bringing it down so you could try it.
I mean,
my bad.
Like in a real fight, that would be Jake Paul's strategy.
I would like some. Thank you.
Because the last thing you want to do is let Tyson in. It's like I said, you may lose your speed, like
Sunji,
but you do not lose your power. And Tyson, pound for pound, is one of the most powerful punchers there has ever been. Like there was a reason his knockout was, legendary.
I think at the end of the day, we should just view those fights as like entertainment, like reality TV.
It was a reality. It was a reality TV.
Brian, stop folding under no pressure. We demand realness, reality.
Reality? Wow. Wait, hold on. I don't have your Twitch up actually. Like it lost. The tab just disappeared.
Yeah, dude, I'm shadow banned by the Matrix.
Are you actually? Actually, like it does happen.
It's my arc Kappa.
I think that's why you're forever stuck in the ESO algorithm on YouTube. Like you try to like hide all your videos, you try to like break out, and it just like sucks you back in. Like each time
it'll take time.
you do like
any
ESO adjacent update, you're like, yeah, I don't know.
Nah, I don't get much ESO on YouTube unless I go and look for it.
Do you stop like okay, do you prune your history? Because they actually like use your history too.
Every time I've seen the ESO video recently, I just say don't recommend content/channel.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, it's like a bad breakup, you know what I mean?
No.
But you like block your ex's number and you try to like.
No, because it makes room for other shit that I actually want to watch in the algorithm.
Like what?
History.
What is
news?
Really?
Current events.
Why? Why? Why would you watch stuff?
What? Why not?
Why watch
Thank you
stale
for
content?
Ryuj.
Who watches history, bro? Yeah.
Okay.
I
Watch
like
some
history.
news.
I can get you to
I'm
him.
joking. I'm
But I also like current events
Put him
because
So we can put him
some
down.
of it's quite
So
funny
you can betray us
because
while
it's
we fight.
obviously shitty takes, and you just laugh at them. But there are people out there in the YouTube podcast
was our target.
space.
podcast. There's like a billion of them now, bro.
Yeah, I mean most of them are shit, but some of them are like genuinely trying to have conversations.
He's in a subchamber under us. He has stores of
and,
bloodstone
like,
down there.
They have no like leanings one way or another. They're like, you know, we're here to facilitate conversations.
Cop says he had to block Asmongold clips because they keep recommending that shit.
Okay, so Cobb, funny enough, that is actually my source of news, not by choice per se, but just because like it's so prolific, right?
It is prolific.
Yeah.
Some of it is funny. Some of his shit is funny.
Bigger, like 8 feet tall.
So I don't mind it all the time. Like if
Wait.
there's something amusing.
The way I view it is like the way you view like what's his name? Forsen, right? Where like they are just a prop for the actual like chatters or like the actual like things that happen around them per se, right? So you don't like elevate the person there, but like they just funnel in all the like drama and news, and so like you're kind of kept informed just by like their association to it, right? So it's because I'm lazy. I'm sure that there are like better ways to actually source and keep in touch with all the news, but yeah.
I mean, right now, like everything is hyper political. Like you really can't get away from it. Unless you just don't go on YouTube or anywhere, because there's so much going on.
Throw away the outside and cook the inside, and you eat the outside and throw away the inside. What the fuck? It's a riddle.
Is that a riddle of the Sphinx? Sphincter? I'm joking.
Yeah, it might be.
Say the riddle again.
You throw away the outside and eat the inside. You cook the outside and eat the inside. Mushroom? Okay, so the choices are mushrooms, bread, grapes, beehive, chicken, clam. Oh, it's gotta be clam, right?
Whoa!
Corn, sunflower. Well, you throw away the outside and cook the inside. Then you eat the outside and throw away the inside.
Corn,
Wait.
the cob, and the husk.
Okay.
Throw
Well,
both of those
okay.
away.
Let's go for the corn. You're right. Oh my god. You're genius.
Wow, genius.
Genius.
Actual legend.
What it was
Sherlock
next riddle.
Holmes.
I have a head like a cat. I have feet like a cat. But I am dumber than a cat. What the fuck?
The dumb cat. Easy.
Is that an actual answer?
I don't know what the choice is. Let's see. What is this? It's a
fairy.
Oh, a dog. Or sorry, a hound. A clockle. A lynx. A stalker. A kitten. Griffin.
Isn't it
Char.
kitten then?
Centaur. Okay. You have a head like a cat.
Isn't it?
You have feet like a cat.
Isn't a lynx just
But
a
I'm
type
dumber
of
than
cat,
a cat.
and a kitten just a type of cat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what I'm
kitten's
thinking.
dumber because it's not a fully grown cat, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
technically.
Okay, let's try kitten.
Lynx.
But lynx can
No,
survive
it worked.
without. Like,
It was kitten.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, never mind. We're back in the
Wait, what?
same riddle room.
Then you eat the outside.
We regressed.
The inside.
Oh
What
no.
did you eat?
Look at the walls. Let me look at the walls.
Look at the sugar walls.
Okay, it was corn, right? Okay.
Corn on the Cobus cob. Right? Cobus cob.
I have a head like a cat, I have feet like a cat.
Think about what kind of person Codicus is.
Than a cat.
He's arrogant. He's crazy. Okay, so Griffin, kitten. Kitten's not the right answer. Stalker, lynx.
I'm saying lynx. Head of a cat, feet of a cat.
But why is it dumber?
Yeah.
Why is it dumber than a cat?
How can it be dumber than a cat when it is a cat?
But is it a cat?
A lynx?
Yeah, it's a type of cat.
Ah, but
oh, Char. It's gotta be the fucking cat people, right? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the cat people.
Oh, so it's just
it's a racist joke.
It's a racist. Yeah. It's a racist. Oh, I found them.
Like I said, some. All right, so like the cat families, like they're a bit weird because some that are considered big cats aren't genetically big cats, and some that are not.
Cheetahs or something?
Yeah, and some that aren't considered big cats are genetically big cats. It's very. They have a really weird family tree.
Yeah, like I remember those talks of like the ones that can purr or not, you know, like all these things was so interesting.
Yeah, and there's some weird exceptions to the rule.
Yeah.
So it's very complicated. Because you'd just think, oh, a lion's a big cat, and a tiger's a big cat, and like I said, a cheetah's a big cat. It's like some, I think it's like some can purr, some can roar, some can do both.
Bruh.
It's very confusing. So Casper, when are you going to do a history podcast where you dress up like
dress
what
up?
You're talking about?
What the? What are we in 4th grade? What's going on here?
Let's start with World War II, Casper.
I'm not a World War II historian. Why would I?
Wait, what was your specialized?
The Second Industrial Revolution.
Oh.
Whereabouts?
Global.
Global?
Top hat and a monocle. Let's go.
Mr. Monopoly himself, right here.
To be honest,
what the fuck? Yeah.
It would actually be. I think people would find it quite interesting.
Yeah.
People do like to know where things come from, or you know how things got to where they are now. Like how much has changed, like in our lifetime, for sure, Casper.
Yep.
Like how things have changed rapidly.
I think he spent like a couple of hours last time talking about jeans, right? Or am I?
Yeah, jeans or pants rather. What does that mean
Pants.
in terms of space and time between a countryside, or rather rural or pre-industrial life, and urban life? Oh shit. Dude, this guy is fucking crazy.
Like in terms of how long we've been here and how much we've done, if you put that on a timeline, it's insane.
Yeah, it's compressed in less than what, 2.5 centuries of progress in terms of what, at least modern.
Like once we figured out fuel,
harnessing energy,
that was it. Like,
yeah, I mean, think about, for example, method of transportation. We went from horses to, for what, at least 10,000 years to cars in less than, 2 decades?
Dude, the space between the first flight to going to the moon. That's so crazy.
Yeah, that is pretty
You know
crazy.
what I mean? That's so crazy, bro. It's almost like someone could have just like literally been in a coma, woken up, oh, we're on the moon now. You know what I mean? It's like so wild.
Yeah, like, I mean, we went from, well, stones and stone tools.
Oh my god.
Like, through bronze, through iron, and like, at that point, that was an industrial, sort of, not an industrial revolution, but a technological revolution, when we found out how to make steel. Like, that changed things. I mean,
But also
falls into all of this as well.
oh yeah, like going from nomadic tribes to being like more like, you know, fixed in place. Yeah. Although like that also kind of makes me wary of people that try to like use history to predict the future, because like if we're able to harness, for example, like fusion, right? I feel we'll have another spurt of just progress, because right now we're limited, kind of, somewhat.
We're limited by energy.
Yeah.
That is always going to be our limiting factor.
Yeah.
I heard China's getting close with its fusion reactor.
Dude, they've been saying that for like 20, 30 years.
No.
Bro. Like,
I saw they held the plasma.
1,000 seconds or something.
Yeah, 1,000
Or
seconds. Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But how
That's
much energy
huge.
did they use to maintain that? It like
It won't matter if they can find out how to keep it for longer.
Okay.
No, it's pretty impressive.
I don't know. I've been burned too many times about nuclear fusion is close.
No, it's at
Like,
least a
ever
few
since-
decades away in terms of
They've
like.
been saying that for like
No,
as
they
long as I
haven't.
remember, bro. They have like since 2006. I remember them saying that, and plus also flying cars too. Although
We have flying cars.
flying cars are here, but they're not like commonplace as they claim. You know what I mean?
Sure. You sound very
But
tilted.
to be fair, I don't want people to actually have flying cars.
I want them.
Like, I do not
do.
trust. Like
I trust
I
them.
do
I
not
want the
trust.
skies to look like Coruscant. Come on.
Cursor. Oh,
There's no rules.
have-
Just everybody's zigzagging around wherever they want.
yeah. Although, Nephis, watch Andor, please. Okay,
Alright.
like after you're done, please, for the good of your community, watch Andor.
I mean, alright. Like, obviously, which fusion are China working with?
Cold fusion. No, I'm
Mm.
joking.
I mean,
I
cold
don't know.
fusion. Like, the mistake people make about cold fusion is it's not even fucking cold.
Yeah.
You
Like,
served me faithfully.
it's cold in comparison
And
to the
given
sun.
the bearded reptile buried somewhere beneath me, you have held up
That
your
should
end
be
of the
something
bargain.
people talk about
Consider
more.
yourself free, Sylvari.
Or maybe I'm just weird and I find it interesting. Like, they've been trying to find ways for, you know, to have infinite energy for hundreds of years. Like, obviously, the holy grail is perpetual motion.
He's here.
Einstein says no. Sadly.
It breaks the rules of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
If not one, all.
Pretty much. Like, just for entropy to be a thing means that
Take her back to her
perpetual
compounds and divinity
energy
reach.
just can't. Because
I
that
want to make
means
arrangements.
that assumes perpetual motion, which then means entropy is like screwed over.
Thank you for breaking the silence,
I mean-
Captain. Now, I hope you're ready to
I
follow me
cannot
into the
think of
mist,
any
Philip.
conceivable way where you could have
Countess,
perpetual
Lilette
motion.
helped when she didn't have to. And I'm not sure this is what
You can get close with like super cooled liquids and all that, but like it's still it will still eventually stop. You know what I mean? Like these what are they called? Those fluids.
And I
Those like
recently had an opening on my payroll. She'll stay with me.
it's not
and serve her
Bose
sentence as
Einstein
my ward.
kind of stuff. I don't know, like one of those where like literally liquid flows up against gravity. It's so amazing, and they're
Well, As a first step
videos
down
on
this
it,
road,
actually.
let me
It's so
tell you,
cool.
you
It's
should
like
check
so
Congress
science
channels.
fiction,
might
but it
find
can be
more than a
done.
few
But it
things
takes
interesting
so much
Go.
energy to actually
Logan
reach
and I
that
will take
state
her to
to
Divinity's
do these
Reach.
things. So
Maybe one
Yeah,
day she'll
like,
make up
it's
for her
all-
misdeeds and become
Like, you get...
Like the Crichton spider wart.
Commander. I'm impressed.
This
You
is
know
why
your flora.
it doesn't work, because
That's
you
the
have to
Queen's
put
favorite
so
flower,
much
you
in for so little.
I was going to leave, but I'm dying.
yeah,
to see
like
your room.
antimatter stuff as well. Like, you know, like you would see all those shows about like antimatter bomb and whatever. Do you know how much energy and money it will take to even get like a gram of that stuff, bro? Crazy. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, all of this stuff is theoretically possible and could be viable if only every country in the world worked together.
That is the.
So in other words, it's impossible.
It's impossible.
No. Watchmen. I'm not sure if you guys watched it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like his plan to unite the world to like one shared vision was to give him a common enemy, a common enemy, right?
Yeah.
So
the
I
whole
think
point of Watchmen as a story is that only works for like 5 minutes before Rorschach's journal is discovered and busts it open.
Oh yeah, I did also watch the follow-up shows as well. But in those Zen moments when humanity is united against like one shared enemy, right? Then maybe we could have like it's like a lot of our tech came from just the world wars, right? Like a lot of our like space tech and other tech came from like our research during the world wars, right? So if that could spur humanity forward, maybe we, you know,
the cost is too high.
That
I
is
don't
true.
mean I don't mean the financial cost either.
The human cost, yeah.
The cost of that progress during the World War II is a cost nobody would be willing to pay again.
Just like how we learned about all these things like sleep deprivation or like putting the human body like in you know, like what's it called, frostbite. All of these things came from some of the worst experiments known to man that were done during, you know, so
I understand that a lot of it helped progress science, genetics, and things like that. Things we take for granted nowadays, but the cost was ultimately too high.
And especially with whatever the next conflict is, there's always the risk that the cost will be so high that we're reduced to sticks and stones instead of actually developing anything new.
See, this is why powers have nuclear weapons. They're not there to use, they're there so somebody else doesn't use them. That's the idea of it.
People have proposed the worst criminals be subject to human experimentation. Thoughts?
Okay, so this is like the trolley problem thing, right?
The trolley problem.
No,
it's not.
No, it's similar. No. So in the vein of like the good of the many.
And it's a trolley problem if the trolley problem had an electric chair on one side with a criminal in it and then a hospital full of people on the other side.
Yeah, Brian.
So there is a trolley problem. There's a problem where it presupposes one person could have a net benefit to more people than another, right? So if let's say human experimentation, you're able to derive very obscure cures to like cure cancer or whatever, which will save a lot more, would you still go through with it, right? Like it's the whole question of like
but
the
this
good
is
of the
about
many.
the worst criminals.
Exactly.
Worst
The morality is
criminals.
only like questionable if it's like an abstract random person. If it's Ted Bundy on the chopping block, it's no longer a question of morality as much.
Right. This is my take on the trolley problem. Tell me if you agree. I don't think it's not a question. It's never been a question of somebody benefiting or what is the moral good or the moral bad. It's fuck all to do with that, in my opinion.
Oh, Minister Beetlestone,
all it comes down to
did
is
not
whether or not
disappoint.
you can live with the
Why,
decision
Celia,
you
do
make.
You think he has a painting of Captain Thackeray
That's
in here?
what I
That's
see the
maybe
trolley
because
problem is.
if he
Because it doesn't matter
Do you know what?
which you choose.
Probably never tell Logan about this.
Somebody will die,
That man's been through
or somebody's will die.
And this would probably scar him worse than being stuffed
So
in a black
for me, the way I live with myself, if I were ever put in that situation, is I kind of like having no other information, and you have like a short time to make a decision. I usually just go for the needs of the many, right? So and that's just one school of thought. There are others like schools of thoughts that also have like their own arguments and like counter arguments as well as to how do you go about it. But some of those require you to have perfect information. It's like, sure, you might save this one person that will then end up curing or solving this issue, or they could end up being a serial killer. Or yeah, a Pol Pot, right? So you don't have that perfect information. So yeah, I do agree with you, right? Like, but then like,
I understand the moral implications of it, but for me, it's always been, can I I have to live with the decision I make. It doesn't matter whether people view it as right or wrong. It's not their decision.
So, Dragon's Watch in your future?
It's me that gets to carry that.
But what if your decisions have consequences that affect other people?
Then
right?
I have to be willing to bear the cost of it.
Thanks for everything, Canuck.
Okay.
You've been a good
that's
friend.
I genuinely think that's the ultimate question. I don't think it's a moral question of whether what you're doing is right or wrong. It's whether or not you can live with the consequences of your action. Because
so building on that, would you want, let's say there is an end of the world situation about to happen. There's nothing that, like for example, right? Like, what if you knew when the world would end or when someone would die, right? Would you tell them, or would you let them live in that bliss?
I'd let them,
I would
I can
let them know if they wanted to know. You know what I mean? I'd be like, hey, I know when you're gonna die. Do you want to know? And they'll be like, no or yes. I'll be like, okay. Easy.
Okay.
Yeah, but right. This is where I disagree with that. Is if you give someone that choice, if they say no, it's always going to be there.
In the back of their heads.
So
is it today?
Yeah, you've changed everything just by mentioning that concept.
You've changed everything. And even if they say yes and they want to know and you tell
Wait,
them...
how does it change everything? I don't understand if they don't want to know.
There's a name for it, actually.
Perception.
There's a name for it, hold on.
Perception of what?
It's the
you know
now
you're
they
gonna
know
die.
someone knows there's this implication with the idea that they're going to die soon, I guess.
Everybody knows death happens.
Right.
So if you know
that someone knows or claims to know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who cares?
If you genuinely knew and they knew you knew, like we're talking like hypothetically here, right?
Sure.
Yeah. If you say to somebody, "I know when you're going to die," and they say no,
okay,
for the rest of their days, they would be like, "Is it today?"
I don't think so.
So it will alter their perception.
Maybe this is a person-dependent question, because I feel like if I was asked, do you want to know when I die, and I say no, I'd be like, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wouldn't really think about it after that.
I mean, it's inevitable.
I think it's also hard to know if, in reality, that would be true.
Right.
In the real circumstance, whether you would actually react that way.
Because, like, if you know, like, you're married, kids, and, like, I tell you you're going to die on, June the 3rd.
Okay.
2040, right?
Mm-hmm.
I tell you exact time and date. How does that change your interaction with your family?
None.
With you knowing that, how does that change?
Oh, like if I know
life?
the exact?
Yeah. Well, this is where we're talking hypothetical. You know.
Sure. I mean, I will get some more planning done. That's about it. What else can you do?
It changes.
But it doesn't change everything. It just changes like your schedule.
It changes.
What?
It changes your motivation.
I guess it really depends on, right? Like, if you live your life like it's every day is your last, I don't think it changes much, right? That makes sense.
So, Nephis, there's
Does anybody
like
actually do that though?
I do that. Why not? Shit. I feel like most people do that. You know what I mean? No?
There's actually like a mental paradox thing. I forgot the name. I'll try to find it. Whereby its knowledge of it is like just having the knowledge of it in itself is like a mental poison or something. It's usually used to like give a scenario where just the act of knowing that someone knows or knowing that you know in and of itself completely like changes the equation. It's part of like some game theories somewhere. I'll try to find it. It's really fascinating. It's similar to this of like just the act of like knowing can like sort of, you know,
it can alter your perception. And, like the other thing with knowing as well, Casper, is like say you know I tell you you're gonna die in 2040.
Okay.
Like because you know that's when you die, you could then start to take unnecessary risks.
Sure. I see what you mean. Like live more recklessly.
Yeah.
Well, if it is a fixed fact that that's when you're going to die, you essentially have plot armor for 20 years. You know that.
Right.
No, you think you have plot armor.
I see.
It doesn't say you'll be healthy and well and all that.
Right.
You could be in a coma the entire time until that day. You know what I mean?
Technically, yeah.
That's some genie level shit. You know what I mean? Like,
it alters your perception of the future. Because you've gone from knowing it will happen eventually, and you're just there living your life, hoping it won't come too soon.
Okay, makes sense.
But the instant you know, it alters how you think. Whether
now you have a perfect schedule.
Yeah, and if I said I know when you die, and you say I don't want to know, it will always be in your mind, and it'll come at random. Like
I don't know.
No, you know, no. Like, hear me out. Let's say you and Becca driving along. It's raining. Yeah, it's starting to come down heavy. You know you're gonna die.
Okay.
You know I know, and you're like, is it now? You know, it's slippy on the road. You know. Big storm or whatever.
A car accident today, what he saw.
Yeah, like it alters. Right, great example is Final Destination.
The movies?
Yeah, so when they figured out that they were being stalked by death, it completely altered how they interacted with everything because they were afraid, very much so. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, it's the... Like, either way, it alters how you go about things. So that's something I never ever want to know. Like, if it was possible.
Even if you were curious?
No.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah.
I like the way you mentioned Final Destination. There's this guy I watched where he did a video actually analyzing every Final Destination death thingy to see
great franchise.
Is death fair, and then he compared and to try to say like what are the rules and designs, right? Like it's really interesting. Like I enjoyed that.
I mean, yeah, is death fair? I mean, because
like the actual like thing, yeah.
I mean, because we have morality. We have empathy. Yeah, death's not fair. Because...
Isn't it the most fair thing, though? If we had to look at the most fair definition of fair.
Like, if we just look at the facts, yes, it's fair.
Sure.
If you look at it logically, take the emotion out of it.
Right.
Take the attachment. and just look at it, stone cold, hard logic,
Okay.
it's completely fair. It's there's nothing fairer. But you add in everything that makes us human, yeah, it's very unfair, because you have people like Harvey Weinstein,
Mm-hmm.
who are still alive, and even though he's a creep, or people like that, or you
Cosby's
have,
out of jail.
yeah, or you have, a little girl who just got run over.
Right.
Like, that's not fair. Like,
But that's comparing, right? That's comparison. Like, if you look at it nice, like just isolated, it's fair.
I think.
Yeah, you've got to take everything. You've got to take the human out of it. And I mean, I think it's fair, but to most people, it's very unfair.
I think it's as fair or unfair as birth, in personally speaking.
Isn't birth extremely unfair?
I think birth is less fair than death.
Yeah, it's extremely unfair.
Because you have essentially no agency as much as you do
Exactly.
with the lead up to.
But also, it's like how many trillions of humans are not born, but you're born.
Yeah, why did they
Right,
pick
so
me,
it's like-
bro? Like,
So yeah, it's extremely unfair.
I mean, it is like, that is definitely one question I would never like the answer to, because it would fundamentally change how I approach everything. Because
Death or life, or sorry, death or birth.
Death.
I see.
Because it just, like, whether, like, conscious or not, like, it changes everything. And it's a terrible weight as well, if you know. And you've got to think, it's a terrible weight for me as well, if I'm telling you. Or I don't tell you. Because I know.
So the actual experiments and research into life extensions and all that, right? Like a lot of people actually, especially like rich people, right? They have this very innate fear of dying, right? So they would throw whether it's cryo technology, whether it's or doing all these rituals, or perhaps it's there's this thing where it extends your telomeres so that your cells can because some of it of course is kind of woo science. It's not really fully researched. The whole why are cancer cells immortal? Like that lady where we still have her cancer cells decades after she died, right, or whatever. So why can't we have normal cells have that same longevity? What makes those other cells different? And then try to see, is it the telomeres? Is that why if they subdivide, do those have issues, blah blah? And it's very hard to separate real science from more of the philosophical, almost ritualized science. What is actually but yeah, it's a real fear that especially if you're wealthy you have, because it feels like that was your only advantage was while you're alive, right? If you die you end up the same way as everyone else, or at least from what's most viewed. Now of course there's the whole metaphysical aspect where you might find solace in some other viewpoint of whether it's reincarnation or afterlife, or you might find that, but yeah.
So reincarnation is probably the closest we'd ever get. Hear me out, it sounds a bit weird, but obviously when we die, we get buried or we get burnt. Yeah? That just goes back into the earth.
Sure.
Which then is a nutrient for a plant, an animal, which in turn, goes back through the cycle.
I had a debate
Eventually.
I had a debate about this recently with a head monk of a Korean monastery late last year about reincarnation. So it's interesting you're hitting on some of the same points that we discussed then.
Yeah, like that has been my thoughts on reincarnation. Like, true reincarnation, I'm skeptical. But what I just explained, yeah.
Well,
like, I mean,
you know what he told me? He said you cannot be a Buddhist if you don't believe in reincarnation. Like, it's impossible.
Oh, but they have cool robes.
Well, he tried to explain it. Because there's like multiple levels to reincarnation. It's like, okay, you have this level where you're talking about you being returned to the earth and blah, 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 right? But then you also have that spiritual level where you believe in all these hells, worlds, life cycles, blah, blah, past lives.
Right.
And
has anyone ever watched or read? It was on Netflix. I think it's Chinese. It's Legend of the White Snake.
No, I never watched it.
If I remember, it's actually quite a famous Chinese story. But essentially, it's like these gods started out as, you know, either mortal or dead person or whatever, and they went through all the cycles, you know, and they got back up to godhood essentially. That wasn't the thing behind the story, but that's like they went through cycles of like reincarnation, which I found quite interesting.
Yeah.
And they absorbed energy from things and shit like that. It was kind of cool. Yeah, reincarnation. I like the idea of it.
I don't. It sounds awful. Because you know, Hindus and Buddhists, they view it as not punishment, but like as suffering. So the idea of, for example, like the Christian idea of like heaven or hell is like appalling to them because it's like, okay, you're.
Oh, that's appalling to me. Right.
It's like eternity of existence rather than like transcending the cycle of life and death.
Yeah. Did you ever watch The Good Place?
No.
All right. Well, you'll know what I'm on about then. So, like, I'll skip right to the end. Is when they get to heaven.
Whoa, spoilers, bro! Whoa.
No, you'd actually enjoy it. It's very enjoyable. But like, what they find in heaven isn't what they expected. It's people who have been there for millennia, and they've just stopped essentially functioning because they have everything they could ever want. And there's nothing else. Like really try to imagine.
Sounds fine.
Like that. Would you not get bored?
Sure, but isn't that just part of being content? Because that's if you're bored, that I feel like up to at a certain point, it's up to you to make yourself not bored and contentment. If that makes sense.
But how do you get new stimuli if you are always like
use your imagination? Write a fucking book, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but
at some point,
yeah, like that will only work for. So I'm talking like you're going to be there forever.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, there's going to be an end.
Start some drama, gossip. I don't know. Fuck me. You know.
So be Lucifer.
I don't know about that, but sure, why not?
Yeah, you can't smack talk the big guy. You know.
Yeah.
But one of his arguments was, interestingly, how can you prove there was a yesterday in relation to reincarnation being like a fundamental fact of life?
There's actually, it's not just with that. I think it's called like the arrow hypothesis or something. I'm trying to remember. Basically, like, how do you know we weren't just made in situ? How do you not know that, like, the Earth and the whole universe wasn't just created in its current state just now, or just a moment ago? Do you know what I mean? So that's why you end up as like, oh, I think, therefore I am, or whatever, as like some conclusion where it's almost like impossible to fully verify anything external to you, and to some degree internal as well, you know. So
also, like, I think one of the things we have as humans, and you know, correct me if you think I'm wrong, is because everything is so much bigger than we are, everything we understand or think we understand, we've only reached that point because we've made everything our size. Does that make sense?
So do you mean that if we were, let's say, a third or fourth dimensional creature trying to like explain phenomena or concepts to like a lower dimensional creature,
yeah,
that it's like that?
Yeah, like we've had to make everything our size, like, because we cannot grasp the enormity of things. So like when we are looking for things like cures or like energy and things like that, like, is our answers out there? More than likely. It's just that we cannot grasp it. Because it right now it's too big for us to understand.
What's an entertaining true? Oh, sorry.
Nah, does that make sense?
Yep. And I kind of agree, because there are some models that literally broke down until we expanded our horizon, right? So, for example, right, like, they say like every time you come across infinity in physics, it just means that the model is incomplete, right? So that's how I think there was a previous infinity that we then like resolved it with like, oh, we just added to it, and oh, it's because there are these like subatomic particles that do this and blah blah, and then we always like keep on refining it to remove these infinities or these divide by zeros, right? We still have one, and that is like the whole like what is at the core of the black hole, you know, like this singularity, right? So people have like all these like ways to try to resolve it, and oh, like if we can solve quantum gravity, or like if we can like unify all these theories, then we'll be able to actually like patch up these infinities that we currently have like lingering, you know.
Yeah, like because we shrank everything to our size, like we made all the laws. Like we made all the laws of thermodynamics, we made all the laws of Pythagorean theory, like all of that we made all the rules to it. And as far as we're concerned, it's correct.
Incidentally, this is also where 80% of all tour-related...
And as you just said, like, our knowledge is incomplete.
Everyone having a great time?
Because we're not big enough. Everyone always leaves before all the interesting shit gets talked about.
I think like at some point we just can't know beyond a certain level because we are in the dish, like we're inside the whole thing that we're trying to observe, right? So we aren't external enough to actually like find a satisfying, complete, holistic view because we're just stuck inside it.
Yeah, it's like old like frontiersmen or like explorers and that, they just, you know, they'd go to like the highest place they could find to look at everything in a, you know, a broader, grander scale. Like they'd take in the horizon. Like we just haven't reached that point yet. Like in regards to like science and like technology, things like that. It's because, like I said, we are in the middle of it. And currently we have no way of being outside it. Which is
it's sombering to think about, like to see how irrelevantly infinitesimal we are, like in the grand scheme of things. But you know.
Yeah. Like like everything we understand about the universe. Like, do we really understand it at all?
I don't think so.
I think so.
I think it's just really rough approximations that make sense to us for our little models, our little toys that we're currently using. Like, if you
we're
go
fine.
down the whole,
It's whatever.
Yeah, look,
Shut down the
okay,
schools.
just go down the
We're
whole
done.
rabbit hole of like how to interpret the whole like many worlds theorem or the pilot wave theory. All of these, you just try to
The what
resolve
theory?
why does so the
pilot-
pilot wave theory, the pilot wave
What's
theory.
that?
It's basically one of the alternative interpretations of you know, like how they say, oh, there's superposition of like Schrodinger's cat and all these things, or like why does like a light shot through like a double slit experiment like scatter on both sides, but if you like quote unquote observe it. And the thing I hate about the word observe, right, is that a lot of people add an element of consciousness to it, but the whole act of observing affecting like quantum state is literally experimentation, right? Because in order to observe, you have to like use light of some kind, whether it's like radio frequency waves or whatever, right? Like that interacts with the thing you're trying to observe, right? So it's going to spoil the observation, and there's no way for you to observe passively without any form of like effect on it, right? It's like if you're trying to like measure something or like weigh something, right? Like you put it on a scale or whatever, or like, you know what I mean? Like there's ways. But then if you want to measure how particles interact, you have to shoot like light rays at them, right? And that affects things as well, right? So it's all our experimentations are like very, very rough approximations, and there's no real way for us to do it. But yeah, look into the pilot wave theory.
Okay,
It's really interesting. Yeah, it's like an alternative to the whole like multiple universes, whatever. There's like other explanations. But yeah.
In the meantime, I'm gonna go cook dinner. So see you guys soon.
I have to eat as well.
I'm gonna say it's like 3:05 in the morning. I mean,
Jenna.
I mean, it has been a while since I have, you know, returned.
Oh yeah, because
next week we are discussing Picture of Dorian Gray, or we can just drop by
next
whenever.
week's movie of Picture Dorian Gray. But yeah, Jenna.
I'll be right back.
Yes.
I will catch
I'm
your
just
gentlemen
speaking
later.
Japanese. See you, Bunny.
Timmy's gonna be fuming. Well, we did like a bunch today. We 100%ed the map for episode 4, and we finished episode 4. Man, that quest to unlock, or not unlock, but do all the events of the map, that was long. Especially with the map being almost empty. Outside of like 300 or 400 players at most. So that was kind of unexpected. I'm hoping the maps for 5 and 6 don't have anything like that. Because, man, that was long. Because I was going to play some Marvel Rivals and shit, but that shit was long. It was like 3.5 hours. But I'm hoping to stream earlier. Today I couldn't because I had to go to the DMV and taking care of some other paperwork. So, I'm hoping to stream in the morning, at least maybe, I don't know, depends. Maybe more Marvel Rivals ranked, more Kingdom Come, and maybe episode 5 of Guild Wars too. So I'll see you guys soon. Draconis Mons and Bitter Frost should be busy, or... Wait, are both those jump puzzles like in 5 and 6? The DMV, you go there and end the dragons. So, I mean, we're pretty close to Path of Fire. I'm kind of excited about Path of Fire because it's not a living world. And it's like the next big expansion, right? And that will mark our, like, what, halfway point to Janthier Wilds, I feel like. Base game 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, yeah, no, we're kind of at the halfway mark almost. There was one in the ore map. What, the jump puzzle? I think we did that one. Searing Ascent is in Draconis Maw, I'm pretty sure. Where is that? What DLC? And the dragons. Secrets of the Obscure. Holy shit. We got a lot of content left. But I'll be making a video per DLC. We made one for Heart of Thorns. Check it out if you guys have it on YouTube. But I think I'll definitely make one for Season 3 and everything else. Searing Ascent is arguably worse than Chalice of Tears. I feel like Chalice of Tears was kind of tame. I was kind of disappointed towards the end because I was like, that's it. In some ways, because I felt like the Lion's Arch jump puzzle was a bit tougher in terms of like the actual jumping. For sure. After you see Timey, you go to Draconis Maw. Okay, I guess we're saving that for tomorrow or so. I'm hoping to finish this before maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. But I'll see you guys soon. I don't think the people who want to play Marvel Rivals is on at the moment. So we're definitely going to start stream earlier. Very early in the morning, hopefully. Unguided Seeing Ascent is frustrating. There's some slippery bits that are really pesky. Yeah, I think I would have maybe spent what, 20, 30 more minutes in Chalice of Tears if there were no other people doing the jump puzzle, because I was just kind of like looking and observing where people were going. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. The grappling mechanic is so janky. Oh, there's a grappling mechanic? Alright. Well, I'll see you guys soon. Sorry we couldn't get to Marvel Rivals or KCD today. But I'm pretty sure I'm really late for dinner, or in terms of cooking dinner. And I don't know if Becca's... I think she's cooking something. So I'll go check on her. I'll see you guys soon. Definitely always feel free to ping me, whatever, in Discord. Or in Telegram if you have that. Because we made a new Telegram group chat. So yeah, don't ever hesitate to like reach out, ping me, or just fucking ping me with a meme. You know, I'll see you, Cockpus Cobb. See you, Xenos. See you, Levy. Thanks for guiding me to that last POI. That shit was annoying. Oh my god. I was like, maybe finishing the main event after, or rather doing all the group events to unlock the main quest would have unlocked that POI, but that shit was annoying. Who's Telegram, man? I don't know, dude. Crypto Bros. Yeah, WhatsApp. I don't know. But yeah, feel free to reach out to me whenever, everybody. That POI is ridiculous, surrounded by 100 elite mobs. Yeah, I was like being arrowed down instantly. Only ever see a rush of the scammers. Except me. Except me. Alright. See you soon. Gotta get more wine.